We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Lekwungen peoples, Sonese, Esquimalt nations. We extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn on this territory. Please join me in welcoming Florence Dick, who will initiate our session with a traditional Lekwungen ceremony.
I just want to, thank the organization. I want to thank all our guests that come to our lands of the Lekwungen people, traveled far and near to be here, to see our beautiful areas of our ancestors. I'm always honored to come and represent our people in a good way. Today, I represent them with my regalia. I represent them with my shawl. The shawl represents the protection of my heart. It covers my heart. It's the protection that will be there for me. The headband represents the good words that are going to come out of my mouth. Ceremonial pieces are so important when you open up a day in a good way. You bring your ceremonial pieces to be with you, to remind you who was here before settler time, our ancestors. I welcome, our Hwalmo people that are in this room with us today, our Indigenous friends and family that come here and do business. We welcome you to the territory. That's always so important, to acknowledge other Indigenous people that come here, that protocol. We always make it so clear, because when we go to his hometown, we want to be welcomed, just like he is welcomed here. That is real, true, proper Indigenous protocol that we do as Hwalmo people, as Indigenous people. I do want to say that, for thousands of years, the ocean, the waterway was our highway. We didn't have cars. We didn't have horses. It was the waterway that took us to where we needed to be for trade, for family, to get us from one place to another. And in my family line, my grandmother held one of the biggest canoes on the island here. And I'm proud to, just announce that, her status on the water. She was one of the main pullers. It was the woman that pulled. Whilst the men went out and did their thing, it was the woman that transported the people. It was my grandmother that used to pull from here to Port Angeles once a month to do deliveries, to do exchanges. And she did that on her own on this waterway. So the importance of the waterway is so important to our people. I always say that's the 1,000 prayers of our ancestors on that waterway. When I need strength, I go to that waterway. When I need comfort, I go to that waterway. And I feel them when I put my feet in the water. That protection, bringing back our resources, the impacts that it's been happening to our people since settler time. 1912 is when they moved us from the inner harbor here. We lost so many resources when we left here. They filled this area in. This area actually was, our clan bedding area. the richness, you know, of one food source is here on this land, how they filled it in. Now we're working, trying to revitalize that source. And in other areas close to this area, it was because there was a stream here. The stream went right up to Oak Bay, that freshwater stream. Why it was the richness of the clam beds here connecting to the saltwater. You know, that was, you know, that connection we have with the streams, the ocean waterway here. Our name actually is Lekwungen. Lekwungen actually means house of smoked herring. Herring was the biggest trade for our people, where it would swim down into the inner harbor and go straight down to the gorge waterway. Our elders used to cut down 6 hemlock trees and place them all along the waterways of the gorge to collect the roe. You know, so when I drive down those areas, I just picture my ancestors being there. And in the seasons, that powerful connection is even closer to me. Now we're getting into the salmon season. Our reef nets where we would catch the fish before they would go into the river. Our reef nets where they created this net, indigenous net, to collect the salmon. They didn't collect all the salmon. They kept a hole at the bottom of that net to let some of the salmon go because they knew we'd need some the following years. That's how resourceful and important our ancestors were to realize. They visioned me, and they envisioned me needing that food source. And here I am talking about them, saving that salmon to be here with us to this day. And that's what I really, you know, love to talk about. Those important pieces that we didn't wipe out. We could have wiped it out before even settler time came to our lands. But they already knew we were coming and we were going to be here forever. And now I am teaching my grandchildren the same thing. Never take more than that you need, because there's always going to be someone coming right after you. And you're only borrowing it. You're only taking what you need for now, for today. And you think about the future that's going to come. For thousands of years, that's what my ancestors did. And here I am standing. That proof, those prayers they had on me to be here, and I am. In my welcome, you're going to hear my thank yous for being here, thanking you for this day. And when I put my hand on my heart, I'm saying my Indian name. And when I raise my hands, I'm raising it to guide the words into my heart, where those words are going to stay and guide me throughout the day. Haichka. Asiyam na chela cha, asa na amtanat. Haichka gwensana techel hela, etuthlanata. Haichka siam gwensana techel tianak. To my friends, I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for coming to our lands of the Lekwungen people. Haichka.
Thank you, Florence, for opening the joint public session for us in a good way. Dios en Chocutesia. Buenos dias, bonjour, good afternoon. My name is Octaviana Trujillo, and I'm the chair of the Joint Public Advisory Committee for 2023. I'm very pleased to join you here today, along with my colleagues from Canada, Mexico, and the United States, hosting our first public forum of the year on Indigenous approaches to climate adaptation. You may have noticed we have a poll asking all of you where you are from. Please click the appropriate response if you haven't done so already. We will show the results once I conclude with my remarks. Our forum today will have three main components. We will kick off our session with a presentation by the CEC Executive Director, Jorge Daniel Talayant, followed by a keynote presentation by Miles Richardson, Chair of the University of Victoria's National Consortium for Indigenous Economic Development. And we'll also have two sessions. Our first one is going to be Climate Adaptation in North America, Learning from Indigenous Communities. Our second session is Integrating TEK, Traditional Ecological Knowledge, and Indigenous Peoples' Perspectives into Climate Adaptation Policy and Planning. We will also hear an update on the status of submissions on enforcement matters, SEM, as well as a report from the U.S. National and Governmental Advisory Committee representatives. I'm also very pleased to mention that our event is being webcast live simultaneously in Spanish, English, and French. As some of you may know, JPAC has made extensive use of electronic tools such as Facebook and video broadcasts to ensure citizens in the three countries, regardless of location or language, have access to timely information on North American environmental issues. For those of you unfamiliar with JPAC, let me give you a few explanatory remarks. JPAC is composed of 9 volunteer citizens, 3 appointed by each party. Our mandate is to provide advice to the council, consisting of cabinet-level environmental ministers of the 3 countries in North America on any matter within the scope of the Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, and perform any other functions that council may direct. JPAC's vision is to promote continued cooperation and ecosystem protection and sustainable economic development, and to ensure active public participation and transparency in the actions of the Commission. The members share a commitment to preserve and enhance the North American environment and to achieve a sustainable society. JPAC works by consensus as independent individuals who contribute diverse institutional experience and cultural perspectives. JPAC creates working groups every year comprising of 1 person per country from among the members. Their mandate is to prepare a draft advice to the council on a specific issue for JPAC approval and to attend selected CEC meetings on behalf of the JPAC. We typically meet with the public 2 times a year, rotating among the 3 countries. One of the meetings is always held in conjunction with the regular session of council. The JPAC chair also participates in meetings of the alternative representatives, and the full committee meets with the council once a year during an in-camera session, which is tomorrow. I will now ask the JPAC members to introduce themselves, and we will begin with Mr. Varney.
I'm a member of the JPAC, and I'm from the state of New Hampshire. I work in the private sector as president of an environmental science consulting firm. And prior to that, I worked at EPA as regional administrator in the New England region, and also as a state environmental commissioner, where I worked very closely with the New England governors, Eastern Canadian premiers, the Eastern provinces of Canada. Thank you.
Pedro Moctezuma, es un honor estar con ustedes. Vengo de México.
Pedro Moctezuma, it's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm from Mexico, from the area of the Popocatépetl in Amecameca. I am a member of the JPAC at your service.
Good morning. My name is Louis Porta. I'm one of Canada's 3 members, and I serve as the Executive Director of Oceans North, a charity dedicated to working with Indigenous and coastal communities to preserve an abundant ocean for generations to come. I look forward to our discussion today. Thank you.
Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Esteban Escamilla Prado.
Good morning, Esteban Escamilla. I represent the council. I'm from the state of Veracruz, professor at Chapingo University, currently supporting the program Sembrando Vidas, which is very important for the Mexican government.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm Felicia Marcus, one of the U.S. JPAC members. I'm a visiting fellow at Stanford's Water in the West program currently, and I've spent time in government at the federal, state, and local level, including US EPA, and in the nonprofit sector. And I'm looking forward to our conversation today.
And now we will have Luis Alfonso, who is joining us virtually to introduce himself, and he represents Mexico.
Hola, soy Luis Alfonso Argüello Suárez.
Good morning, Luis Alfonso Argüelles.
De la península de Yucatán.
I live in the Yucatan Peninsula
Durante casi toda mi vida
in the Mayan territory. Most of my life, I've worked with the local communities, and now I'm working with the international certification agencies and the committee at your service.
I'm going to ask now for Kathy, who is the facilitator for the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Expert Group, to begin introducing her panel. Everyone can introduce themselves. Yep.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Hodgson-Smith. I'm a member of the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Expert Group, representing Canada. I am a citizen of the Red River Métis. I've worked about 20 years for my community in environment and climate change initiatives and policy, and I'm a practicing private lawyer on Aboriginal and human rights.
Gracias. Buenos días a todas y a todos. Soy María del Pilar García Hernández.
Good morning, María del Pilar Garcia. I represent Mexico in the tech. I come from the central area of Mexico, from the state of Puebla, from a beautiful area which is a protected natural reserve. It's a forest, Malintzin-Matlalcueyat, at your service.
Cecia Chukuk, Incajale, Campeche, México, Achquimaquinwol, Tianen, Tulumil, Canadá, Tene, Cajanen, Tiupelumil, Hach Hatuts, Tushukashil, Yakkanantik, Yokolkat. Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Cecia Chuk.
Good morning. My name is Cecia Chuk. I'm a Mayan from the state of Campeche in Mexico. I work in conservation of our rainforests, our landscapes, our flora, everything related to our traditional flora, working for the preservation of bees in the Yucatan Peninsula. I'm a part of the tech group, also bringing in the knowledge of my culture for natural conservation, everything that our ancestral peoples also cared for in this sacred symbolism, working for recovery and conservation of our environments.
microphones that work. I wanted to bring attention to all of you about submitting your questions using the slides.com hashtag CEC30. Please note that it's going to be there for you to ask your questions. For those that are in the room who prefer not to use the microphones and ask a question, if you want to ask a question, please write it in a piece of paper and raise your hand so that Mariana, who is passing the microphone to our tech colleagues, can actually go by and pick up those queries, questions from all of you. Go ahead, Gail.
Okay, let's try this again. Good morning, Pivawalnut. I'm Gail Small. I'm from the Northern Cheyenne tribe in Lame Deer, Montana. I have two Cheyenne names, Vihonat Nisayot, meaning head chief woman is my adult name, and woman standing in the timber in the forest was my childhood name. So I grew up on my reservation with a large extended family. We live in southeastern Montana. And some of you may be familiar with Custer Battlefield, the national battlefield there. We were one of the tribes of the 3 allied nations that fought in that battle to defend our way of life. It was just celebrated June 25th again. But we keep the memory alive, and we try to share our narrative, our understanding of history from our perspective. I'm an environmental lawyer. My reservation is totally surrounded by the largest coal strip mine in the United States, power plants, railroads. It's the largest industrial complex yet today. So all my life, my people have battled for clean air, clean water, and to mitigate the impacts from this largest coal-fired power plant and strip mine. I'm very honored to be here, bring the blessings of all my people from the Tisistas Nasutta Nation. Thank you.
Yo, Hekus Wiush, Kanistisla Konukwa, Heishak Nukwa. Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Kanistisla Michael Vey, and I'm from the Heiltsuk Nation. I am a Canadian member of the TEK expert group, and I am a negotiator for our nation's Haiti student reconciliation process, where we're setting out the recognition of ourselves as an order of government to be stewards of our land in a greater capacity once again and get the recognition we deserve as the stewards of our land for future generations to come. Wallace Kayasaka, thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you so much, TEK expert group and the JPAC members for introducing yourselves to this gathering. Okay, before I introduce the CEC's executive director, let's see the results from the poll, and you can read the stats on the screens across the room. So we have 45% of the attendees from Canada, the host nation, Mexico at 41, and the United States at 13%. Okay, thank you. Jorge Daniel is a seasonal global advocate for environmental justice and environmental protection. His career spans several decades working with international development agencies as an advisor to governments and with civil society organizations in Latin America and around the world, promoting innovative approaches to environmental protection, fostering sustainability criteria in international development finance, and by working to promote greater corporate accountability in the area of sustainable development. He has worked for the last decade to tackle the escalating climate emergency through aggressively reducing the rate of global warming in the short term by phasing out the most intense climate pollutants such as methane, black carbon, and HFCs, while building climate resilience and strengthening adaptive capacity in most climate vulnerable and disadvantaged communities. Most recently, Jorge Daniel has served as a climate justice policy advisor at the Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development, promoting more ambitious climate action targeting short-lived climate pollutants, and work closely with the UN's Climate and Clean Air Coalition as an advisor on strategies to reduce methane and black carbon emissions. I welcome Jorge Daniel Payan to the stage.
Silence is uncomfortable, isn't it? And yet we are so often silent when we face injustice and we're thinking about and addressing climate change. We remain silent when what really should be doing is taking action. So silence and inaction should make us uncomfortable. I don't need to tell you that we are in a climate emergency. You know that. We now all feel it. We feel it here. We feel it wherever we go. It is everywhere. And it's getting worse. The burning of one of our most precious and richest forests is happening right here around us. 2 images right here on the screen. Top one is a forest fire not too far from here and the impacts it has. The bottom one is a glacier. This glacier is also in this region. It's in the Arctic. When forests burn and soot is emitted into the atmosphere, it gets deposited on glaciers. Glaciers are white, and they play a very important function on our planet, not only to give us water and life, but they reflect heat from the sun. They help cool our planet. They help cool our environments. And when they get dark, they get warm, they get hot, and they melt rapidly. And when glaciers melt, lots of things happen. Our oceans rise. There's erosion on the coastlines. There's temperature change. The atmospheric movements, the airstreams, they change. Our ocean currents change. And when they melt away, they uncover darker surfaces, and those darker surfaces absorb more heat, and they lead to further warming. This is what we call feedback loops. And so this is the pain we're feeling. This is the pain the planet is feeling. This is what happens when we have those wildfires. It is changing our environment. The day before I boarded my flight from Montreal to get here, Montreal had the worst air quality in the world. It was terrible. You could not go outside. Just a few weeks earlier, forest fires from northeastern Canada had sent soot all over North America. New York was covered in smoke and ash. I was in Washington, D.C. that week. We couldn't breathe in Washington. The smoke made it as far as the southern areas of the United States. And I learned from a colleague that I just was speaking to yesterday that traveled from Mexico to be here with us today. All along the flight, along the western border, or the western seafront, smoke from fires burning all the way from Mexico to Canada. This is devastating. Today, cities like New York and Chicago are registering, like Montreal did just a few days ago, the worst air quality on the planet. It's a scene that is occurring with more and more frequency. You know this, you see this. And it's getting worse, whether it's floods, drought, fires, sea intrusion, crop loss, or storms. It's all the same. It's part of the same problem. It's a planetary crisis of unparalleled proportions. And the time to act is now. There is no more time to waste. There is no more time to be silent. We need to remember this. We need to act. We all talk about decarbonization, but the reality is, even if we decarbonize, everything right now, if we stopped emitting CO2, that wouldn't change a thing. CO2 already emitted into the atmosphere continues to warm the planet, and it will do so for tens of hundreds and even thousands of years. And so we need to do more. We need to stop this contamination before we go over irreversible tipping points from which there is no return. And this will invariably lead to more human suffering. The good news is that we can, and for that reason, we must do more. We can stop a lot of this impact. But we need to make the right choices, because it's not just any choices that we should make. We need to really focus on those choices and those opportunities that we have to fix the problem the fastest way possible. Ways in which we can reduce emissions and help reduce impacts as quickly as we can. Methane gas, we've mentioned it in the introduction, 86 times worse than CO2 in terms of its climate impacts. Black carbon, you're seeing the impact right there. And it's also terrible for human health. When we have this emission of black carbon into the atmosphere, whether it's because of forest fires or poor energy production, where there's leaking gases, poor flares, for example, or burning, inefficient burning, or diesel engines, this is all emitting black carbon that affects our health. And HFCs, the refrigerants that we all use in our car and our air conditioning at home, to air condition supermarket shelves or in trucks that transport food, they also are causing tens, sometimes thousands of times more impacts than CO2 to our atmosphere. And so we need to work as quickly as we can to resolve this problem, because we're not going in the right direction. We are headed to breach 1.5 degrees C, which is the limit that the Paris Agreement had established that we should not pass. There are many solutions in addition to reducing emissions that also help our ways of life. And here, there are a lot of solutions that come from nature, and indigenous communities certainly have contributed knowledge for us to be able to learn about those solutions. Just by introducing shade, for example, in cities, we can cool by double digits our environments and deal with extreme heat. We can improve the quality of life. We can use more efficient building materials for our buildings that will reduce our energy costs. That'll help our finances. It will help our quality of life and also reduce the need for energy to cool in the first place. Every 10th of a degree matters. Even if we can fix a little bit of the problem, that's all that much less suffering that we will see with the rise in temperature. And so I call on you to do everything that you can, to do everything you can do and within your reach to take action. This year's theme for this council session is urban approaches to climate, indigenous and urban approaches to climate adaptation. We're focused on indigenous issues because we understand that important relationship between indigenous peoples and their environment, and solutions that we can learn from traditional ecological knowledge from generations of people who have lived in harmony with the environment, and how we can use these solutions to stave off climate change, but to also improve quality of life for those that are affected. We're looking at urban because a lot of our people around the planet live in urban environments. Most of us live in cities, and there we find not only enormous climate impacts, environmental impacts, extreme heat, and other problems that we face in our cities, and we find problems that are affecting certain communities in disproportionate ways. And this is something we need to think about and address as quickly as we can. And finally, we're focused on climate adaptation because the problem is here. We need to adapt because we are facing these challenges immediately and at the present. And so adaptation is another one of the priorities that we are thinking about as we move forward with our own work at the CC. I'm thrilled that Octaviana is now chairing JPAC. It's fantastic to have an indigenous leader of her caliber join our family as the chair of JPAC, and this really helps also to coordinate the work that we're doing with our traditional ecological knowledge experts group. So more indigenous power to the CC. I'm fascinated that we have this opportunity. I'd also like to introduce Tim Gull, who is our newest member of the CC family, and a young, energetic indigenous leader from the Cree Nation. He will be a fantastic addition to our team. He's just joining us this week So please welcome him. We look forward to all of the engagement that we can get from our TK experts group, but also from our TK officer now to move this agenda forward. I come from an EJ background. I've worked on human rights, on corporate accountability, on environmental justice for many years. And so I'm right with you on a lot of the priorities that we have. And I want to stress the importance of JPAC and this space and you, the members of JPAC, but also all of the groups that engage with us from civil society. Your input really does make a difference. Sometimes you don't see that lineal relationship between your advice and what we do. But the political forces that lead the three countries that engage with the CEC, they hear you. And we're giving them your message. You're giving them your message. And this influences their thinking, it influences their decision-making, and we are seeing clear, very direct influence. Just the fact that we have a TK experts group is a product of the JPAC. The JPAC once said, we need Indigenous leadership, we need to incorporate traditional knowledge, and the TK was created. It was created because you pressured for this creation. And in the same way, we've been addressing issues like environmental justice, youth engagement, and these are all issues that you've brought forward, that you've suggested to the CC and to the leadership of the council, and it is making a difference. And we need you to do more. We need you to press more. We need you to push us at the Secretariat. We need you to push the council members if you have that direct engagement, and we need to hear your opinion, and we need you to check on us to ensure that we're headed in the right direction. Now, I will say, you always hear this question, are you part of the problem? Are you part of the solution? And I think everyone in this room would consider themselves part of the solution. Well, I want to suggest to you that it's not enough. If we're on course to hit 2.8 C by the end of the century, it's that we're not doing enough. So whatever it is you're doing that you think is important and that is working and that is helping, sorry, not enough. And it's not just you, it's all of us. It's all of our community. It's all of our leaders. It's all of our NGOs. It's all of those who ignore the climate impacts that they're having that are part of the problem. And if we can't do this right collectively, we're not going to get it done. And so I ask you to walk away today thinking, wow, I'm not doing enough and I need to do more. Think about who you can influence, where you can reach, what triggers can you activate to make things move better. This is critically important because if we don't do that, we're not going to get to good port. And so thinking about a recent planetary crisis that we had, which we all know, we're all happy to be over, which is COVID. Some interesting things happened during COVID, and we learned from that. And I think we need to take from that experience. I've had many conversations with my kids about what needed to happen to begin to address climate change. And it was things like, well, the airplanes need to stop, and the trucks need to stop moving, and the ships need to stop, and we need to stop industries, and we just need to stop the emissions. And the conclusion to that conversation was, well, that's not possible. That's never going to happen. And in fact, it did. And within about 2 weeks, the planet just stopped, and it stopped emitting, in large part, black carbon. And what happened? We all remember what happened. The skies cleared, and the animals returned to the cities. The planet began to heal for a very brief time. We went back to business as usual after that. But there was a big lesson for youth, because we've all failed in our own generation to get things right. But our youth saw that in 2 weeks, we fixed the problem. And so they're telling us, just do it. Just stop. And we need that inspiration from youth. We need that youth leadership to show us that if we keep doing the same thing over and over again, nothing's going to change. We can fix this problem. We can reduce suffering, and we can create a more sustainable and livable environment going forward with more inclusion, with more equity and fairness. And so I call on you to think about what we can do as a team, as a group, as a society, as the inhabitants of this earth that is right now very sick, to move forward collectively in a more sustainable way. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jorge Daniel, and thank you for your leadership at the CEC. We're all very happy that we are doing more of the public engagement. We're very happy that we look to the TEK expert group to help us in really addressing all the important challenges, to find solutions for the challenges ahead. I'd like to now introduce to you Miles Richardson. He is the chair at the University of Victoria National Consortium for Indigenous Economic Development. He is a prominent Indigenous leader, brings an extensive background in Indigenous and Canadian government relations. After graduating in 1979 from the University of Victoria with a Bachelor's of Arts in Economics, he served as an administrator for the Skagit Band Council and directed the establishment of the Haida Gwaii Watchman Program. In 1984, Miles was the youngest person to be elected president of the Council for the Haida Nation, a position he held until 1996. During his tenure, Miles led the drafting of the Constitution of the Haida Nation and protected the Guayahanas area, Haida Gwaii, and the Guayahanas Agreement, the first modern nation-to-nation agreement between the Haida Nation and Canada. Miles was a member of the former BC Claims Task Force that made the recommendations to the Government of Canada, Government of British Columbia, and First Nations in BC regarding the framework for negotiations to build new relations. From 1991 to 1993, Miles was a delegate of the First Nations Summit Task Group, an executive body that represents First Nations in BC. In 1995, he was nominated by the summit and appointed as commissioner of the BC Treaty Commission, a position he held for 2 terms. Then in November 1998, Miles was chosen as chief commissioner by agreement of Canada, British Columbia, and the First Nations Summit, and remained in the position until 2004. In 2007, Miles was named an officer of the Order of Canada. From 2010 to 2013, he was co-chair of the Indigenous Advisory Circle for the Institute on Governance. Currently, Miles operates his own strategy and advisory firm, is on the board of directors for Canadians for a New Partnership, the advisory board for the Indigenous Leaders Initiative, and the steering committee for the British Columbia Indigenous Clean Energy Initiative. Welcome. We're so happy to have you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Boy, I don't know where you dug up that bio, Louis. I haven't sat through that for a long time. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and Jorge, for your visionary and urgent comments. I really thank you, and I'm honored to follow you in speaking, because I too want to talk about action and really look forward to the next 2 days at the meeting of this important group. But first, I want to thank Florence Dick of the Songhees people, neighbors to the Esquimalt people on whose territory we're meeting. And again, and I know I'm amongst all of you, and being very grateful to them for their genuine welcome that they always give to us when we come to their territory. On the intro, you heard that right now I'm chair and director of the National Consortium for Indigenous Economic Development. And essentially what we do is based at the University of Victoria. We work with Indigenous governments, Crown governments, and industry to support the building of Indigenous economies in our own visions across Canada. And when we kicked this initiative off, we were joined by the late Chief Andy Thomas. He passed on about 2 or 3 years ago from Esquimalt, and I'll never forget his words, and I think they're appropriate for our discussions here. He says, Miles, as you go across Canada helping our people build economies, just remember one thing. All we want to be is who we are. And, you know, when we're looking at Canada, the United States, and Mexico working together to build modern economies, and you're looking at it from an environmental perspective. Remember, as Indigenous people, and I would say to Canadians and Americans and Mexicans also, that we are a people of place. If we have any interest in calling these places home, we have to live in a proper way in that particular place that we're making home. And realizing that we are, as humans, there only a part of the balance of life, that all of creation is involved in it. And I think that's essentially what Chief Thomas was saying to me, and I'm saying to you. So I want to, this morning, I got a few minutes to speak, and I'd like to say 3 things. One, I want to talk about the situation we find ourselves in as a human species and how my people, facing similar challenges, dealt with them, and the lessons that we may be able to take with that. 2, I want to suggest that in dealing with the problems Jorge laid out and that these challenges that humans have before us, that we need both Indigenous traditional knowledge and science. We can't continue to be just driven by quote unquote science. We need Indigenous traditional knowledge to find the answers. And third, I want to suggest that there's hope, that there's real solutions out there. And one of those is Indigenous-led conservation, taking steps to restore the balance. And Canada has made, I think, not enough, as you said, but in exactly the right direction, commitments recently to support Indigenous-led conservation. And I have a dream, I could get into that speech, that imagine if Canada, the United States, and Mexico could work together and show the world an approach to this solution that way. But anyway, one step at a time. I was very honored to join JPAC in Puerto Rico in 2019 to the last meeting and experience the resilience and the determination of the people of Puerto Rico in facing these challenges we have in front of us. It was inspiring, and I know if our leadership, led by you, listen and cause action, we can find solutions. So what's the situation we're in now? I think it needs to be said that our species, the human species, as we speak here this morning, is facing an existential crisis. That our survival as a species, due to our own actions, which have resulted in climate change, global warming, biodiversity loss, have resulted in injustice, are threats that bring into question whether we as a species will survive. The rest of creation will be fine. The rest of, once if humans create conditions that don't make it tolerable for human life, be the end of us, the rest of the world will do fine. But that's our challenge. That's the challenge that's in front of us. And that's a perspective that I'd suggest that you need to take in the important work you're doing on building environmental considerations into NAFTA, as I said, into the relationship between our nations. And as urgent as that message sounds, we've all heard it before. I was a young leader at the beginning of that resume you talked about, and 30 or so years ago, and I attended the 4th World Wilderness Congress in Denver, Colorado. What an august group, 55 countries, Indigenous people from around the world talking about these same ecological challenges that our species was facing. And Indigenous people stood up there, and I was observing, and I was there from my nation, a young leader. Me and Guaganat, a female Haida leader, came with me, and we listened to the Secretary of the U.S. Treasury, James Baker III, stand up in front of 55 countries, stand up in front of the world and say, "We're happy to join you at this gathering. The environment is an important consideration, but know this, economic growth is essential." That was his message. That was the message from the United States and the Western world. The Indigenous people who I traveled there with through the circle of traditional elders stood up and countered that. The Indigenous people said, and Chief Warren Lyons was our spokesperson, he said, "I hear you say that economic growth is essential. Economic growth is a matter of interpretation, but our environment is life." We haven't much absorbed that message since September of 1987, but we've made some progress. And I would say that there is hope out there. One thing that is really clear is that we need to figure out how to live as humans in our places, as I said in my opening comments. Around this time, the reason I was in Denver, Colorado is we had been in the media and other tribes had been interested in our story because we were fighting to protect our homelands. We stood up and we peacefully blockaded. And I think it's a story of the potential of Canada that I'm standing here today and that our homelands are protected. We stood up, we did the right thing as we knew it, and Canada has responded. Too bad it had to take 30 years. Maybe the progress over the next 30 years will be more, but we're going in the right direction. And I know as a young leader, when I came, what led to that ending up in Denver was when I came home from school, I was elected leader of my people. And in those days, they were threatened, they were cutting 2 million cubic meters a year of our forests. They were threatening that the time horizon was we could see them cutting the last tree We could see them catching the last fish, ripping the last piece of valuable mineral out of our grounds. And now they were threatening to drill for oil and gas in our oceans. And we're a marine people. We live off the ocean. So we sat down with our elders and said, what do? You know, we go to the negotiating table, they're just making fun of us. They're not even talking about who we are or what our responsibilities are, or our relationship to this place. And our elders, in a really simple way, said, you know, we're an ancient people. We've been here for millennia. We're the equal of any culture, any society this world has ever known. And there's one reason for that. It's because of the richness of our homelands and seas. It's because of Haida Gwaii. And if we're gonna survive, we must protect her. So to us, the young generation, then, that became our mandate, to protect Haida Gwaii. So we built a modern constitution. We turned our ancient oral tradition into a modern written law. And any of you can Google haidanation.ca and read our constitution. Anybody who wants to have relations with the Haida Nation knows what the rules are. And under our own constitution, we did a land use plan. You know, we protected all of the untouched lands that hadn't been logged. We drew a line around them. We protected all the necessary things that needed protection. And we basically said, we're not asking you, this isn't a negotiating position. This is the law. This is our law. And if you proceed, we're gonna stop you. You know, we didn't have any army, or we didn't have any Navy ships or anything. All we had was the will of our own people. And our own people stood up in front of all these that were destroying our islands in support of a clear plan that everyone could see. The first experiences were very good. Our neighbors and the companies respected and supported our law. And then they decided the status quo, sent in their agents and decided they couldn't let us get away with this. They fought us. We ended up winning. But today, I'm happy to report that 100% of our homelands are subject to joint decision-making protocols with the respective Canadian authorities. Where Canada holds Canadian jurisdiction, we have a 50-50 decision-making, same with where BC, the province, holds jurisdiction. We have to agree to anything. So now we got a basis to move forward and build our future. And you know, I could sit here all morning and tell you about the drama of those confrontations and really the love on both sides that ended up prevailing. It was a beautiful story, and I just have hope that that's who we are as humans if we give it a chance. When I was in Denver, I was sitting around at the back of that big conference room, and I was lamenting to some of the spiritual leaders who were there about, you know, complaining about why we're fighting. We're losing our ceremonies, we're losing our language, we're losing our culture. And this elder, I think, got tired of hearing me. I thought he was sleeping next to me. And he looks up and he says, "Hey, young fella," at least I don't know if that's what he said, but that's what I heard. "Hey, young fella, you know all those things you're talking about losing, your people losing?" He said, "They haven't gone anywhere. He said they're in the birds, they're in the winged ones, they're in the ocean, they're in the swimmers, they're in the forest, they're in the trees. He said, they're in exactly the same place your ancestors found them. He says, you've just forgot how to listen. He said, before you take one step forward, remember how to listen. Man, I never said another word that week. That was what wisdom in its clearest form. So I'm just making the case to you that there is hope, there are paths forward, and we need Indigenous wisdom. And the best way I can ask you that is to look at me and look at each individual Indigenous person you know. And I hope you celebrate that I and each of them can stand before you as part of the living generation of thousands of years old cultures, societies, who have thrived in our homelands in this part of the world for millennia. I know Michael's people, the Heiltsuk, they just carbon dated one of their old village sites to 14,000 years. Scientists have said that. The Heiltsuk know that they've been in that place since their creation on this earth, whenever that was. Probably a heck of a lot more than 14,000 years. Same with Eli and the Nuchanoth people. The fact that we're here still should tell you something. And I ask you this, is that a coincidence? Or do my people and our cultures know something about sustainability? I'm standing before you saying, I know that we are still here because of our culture, because of our values. And the story I just told you was one example of how in times of crisis for the Haida Nation, in times of stress when our survival was at stake, and it's not the first time, we invoked our culture. Our culture has distilled wisdom from living in the same place through great expanses of time and the practical reality of what is true and how that affects the way we live our life. So if we as Indigenous people, if you as Canadians and Americans and Mexicans and of all those states want to figure out how to live in place, let's work together. Quit denying our existence. It's not working. And let's figure out how to get along and build a future together. That's huge opportunity in front of us. And I would say that's what Canada has been doing. One of the first things we did in the Haida Nation, and it was that 30 years ago, we had to decide, are we going to chase these people off our lands? Or are we going to embrace them and make them live by our own law? So we set up a group, and we did it through volunteers, and we named it the Haida Gwaii Watchmen. It was our job to welcome guests, really importantly, but in welcoming them, explaining to them how to act on our lands. They loved it. Right from day one, people thought there was going to be opposition, there was going to be trouble. So when it started being so successful, it cost money for gas for your boats, sugar and salt for the camps, and power and communication. So we started charging guests, and I never heard of a complaint. It was something like $25 for a season. You could go to all the villages you want, but asserting our law, our authority, our responsibility primarily in our place was strongly supported by visitors. Now, the Haida Gwaii Watchmen were how Haidas dealt with this situation. About 10 years ago, we're meeting with First Nations, somewhat like this, and we found there's 30 other nations in Canada who've built their own guardians, now we call them, programs. Haida Gwaii Watchmen is our version of that. There's 30, like the Innu on the East Coast, the Nutsabiat up in Nunavut, there's in the Northwest, we found all these common thinking allies. So we started the Guardians Initiative, and we went to Canada with a business case and said, this is a core value of Indigenous people, sustainability, living with respect for your place. Canada, will you support us? Canada jumped in both feet. And I would say that we uncovered a common value. I think that sustainability is a value that Canadians share with Indigenous people, because the support for this Guardians Initiative, the support for Indigenous-led conservation generally has been really strong. And, you're going to hear about it in the next 2 days from representatives. We saw at COP15, the UN Biodiversity Conference that happened just before Christmas in Montreal, Canada led the world in addressing biodiversity with Indigenous-led conservation and rolled out some really exciting investments. And Eli Enns, who's in here and is going to speak later this morning, has been part of an initiative, the Indigenous Circle of Experts, who developed a joint program, a joint initiative between Canada and First Nations called Indigenous Protected and Conserved Areas. It's going to lead to billions, and I know very soon, eventually, millions and billions of dollars of investment in Indigenous-led conservation. I think we're just beginning. I think we're just scratching the surface. And Eli will tell you more about that. I have a paper here. How much time we got? Do you want to hear? 2 minutes? You'll hear from other speakers about how much has been invested. But 90% of protected areas established in Canada in the last 2 decades have been led by Indigenous nations. And don't underestimate how that relates to the story I told you earlier and the initiative that First Nations have taken. Eli might be a good negotiator, and he sat down and pulled together Indigenous voices and persuaded Canada to make this initiative. But remember, his uncle, 35 years ago, protected part of their traditional territory with a Tleoquit of the Nuu-chah-nulth Nation unilateral declaration, just like same thing our people did. He stood up as chief and said, this area they're planning to log it. This area will not be touched. And they never have, right? Yeah, and so it evolves from there, and the initiative these people, the Tleoquit, have taken. Imagine if we pulled together, if we all paddled in the same direction on this, on planning these protected areas, implementing them, and building our economy based on these, working together to figure out how we live properly in place. That's the trick. That's your challenge. And as I said, the Indigenous people are the ones who've shown the way to making that happen. I'm really honored to be here this morning, and I hope my comments have spurred some thoughts on you on your important task ahead, and good luck and good deliberations over the next couple of days. Hawa, thank you. Haichka.
Miles, Chokutesia, thank you so much for your very powerful message. We have a lot of work ahead. Muchas gracias. Thank you. We are now going to proceed with the first session 1 panel, Climate Adaptation in North America, Learning from Indigenous Communities. I'm going to ask Kathy Hodgson-Smith. She is the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Expert Group Facilitator. She has led the expert group during the time from the very beginning of the development and the beginning of the expert group a few years back. So Kathy, come to the podium. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much to Florence Dick for your welcome this morning. Can't find her at this moment. It's an honor to be here on the unceded territory of the Lekwungen people, and we appreciate so much your warm welcome. Thank you to Jorge Daniel for his visionary leadership on these files and for making space, ensuring space for Indigenous voices. And finally, Miles, thank you for your inspiring and uplifting speech this morning. It, I think, will set us all on the right path. This morning, we are going to hear from 3 experts. Their stories of resiliency and stewardship and their vision for a path forward. It's an honor and privilege for me to introduce Eli Enns. I've known Eli for some years now, and he is an internationally recognized expert in Indigenous-led conservation. He is from the Telaquat Nation on his father's side and of Dutch Mennonite heritage on his mother's. Mr. Enns promotes holistic solutions for community and ecosystem health and well-being. With a background in political science, he's a nation builder and his values and approaches are rooted in Indigenous economic theory and practice. In 2017, a decade after co-founding the Hakeman Tribal Park in his own territory, Clayoquot Sound, he co-chaired the Indigenous Circle of Experts for the Pathways to Canada Target 1 initiative, which brought together leading Indigenous experts from across the nation to lay the framework for Canada's approach to Indigenous-led conservation. It culminated in a groundbreaking report, which you can all find on the internet, called We Stand Together, We Rise Together. Indigenous protected and conserved areas are now a essential practice towards reconciliation in this area. We look forward to hearing from you, Eli. As well, I'd like to introduce Paulina Garrida. I better put my glasses on. Ms. Garrido holds a BA in public accounting with a major in microfinance and the social and solidarity economy from Mondragon University Lanke Institute for Cooperative Studies in the Basque Country. Her education also includes training in facilitation of social entrepreneurship and cooperative enterprises management at the School of Social Economy in Osuna, Andalusia, Spain. Ms. Garrido is the first female representative and president from 2016 to 2021 of the Totsepan Union of Cooperatives, a federation of 9 cooperatives and 3 civil associations from 37 municipalities in the Northeast Northeastern Sierra region of Puebla, which includes some 48,000 families. 86% of its members are from the Musal, the Nawa Nation, the Tutanaku First Nations, and 64% are women. From a very young age, she participated in various community committees and commissions involved in the cultural empowerment of her native village of San Juan Sinacapan, Puebla. She was an Indigenous education program promoter at the National Council for Educational Development, CONAFE, and worked at the National Institute for Adult Education in the area of Indigenous languages. Between 2008 and 2014, she was very active in the Totse Pantomin Cooperative as a community promoter, and from 2009, she joined the Comprehensive Land Use Management Committee at the municipality of Tzetzalan, Puebla, and remains a sitting member to this day. We are very honored and privileged to have her experience here, and we look very much forward to your presentation. Finally, we have Mr. Frankie Myers. He is attending virtually. Is he queued up? There he is. Good morning, Mr. Myers. Welcome. Frankie Myers is currently the Vice Chairman of the Yurok Tribe and former Yurok Tribal Heritage Preservation Officer. Mr. Myers was born and raised along the Klamath River on the Yurok Indian Reservation in an area without phones or electricity. Now he raises his family in the traditional village of Connect with his wife and 5 children. He has been a community organizer for most of his adult life and helped to build the Undam the Klamath campaign, which is now on schedule to be the largest dam removal project in the United States history. And he is part of one of the largest restoration projects ever initiated. Mr. Myers has worked for his tribal government for almost 20 years, dedicating his life to the betterment of his tribal community. Some of the efforts that he has been involved include the Way JPAC to Watek electrification project that has brought power to portions of the reservation that have never had electricity before. He has also spent much of his career advocating for cultural practitioners' ability to continue their traditional way of life. As the vice chairman, he has strongly supported and helped to build the Yurok's current strategy for economic sustainability and sovereignty. Please join me in welcoming our speakers this morning. There will also be an opportunity after our speakers give their presentations this morning for any of you to go to the microphone. We'll then entertain your questions. We also have a virtual community that can participate by sending in questions and participate in 2 survey polls, the first of which is, have you or your community been impacted by climate change? So you can join us on the Slido to participate in that questionnaire. So without further ado, Eli Enns.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy, and thank you, Florence, for the beautiful opening comments that you provided. I've heard Florence Dick do some openings here in Victoria before, and I learned something new every time I hear her. And I'll obviously thank you to CEC for hosting this important dialogue. I'd like to pop quiz you here. As we're hosting this event in Canada, as a show of hands, who here knows what the word Canada means? Anyone? Right, what does it mean, Tim? Very close. It means village. So the word Kanata it's from the Haudenosaunee language. And this is absolutely critical to the history of the United States of America and also Canada. The Haudenosaunee Confederation allied with King George III in the 7 Years' War with the French. And then again, after the American independence, the Haudenosaunee Confederation supported British North America in the War of 1812, which we are in the 210-year anniversary of that conflict. And it was the decisive military support from those Indigenous tribes, those confederated nations that kept Canadian borders at the 49th parallel and down south in southern Ontario as we know it today. And the reason why I believe this to be so critical to the conversations we're having today, because after the 7 Years' War, King George issued his Royal Proclamation of 1763. In that proclamation, he extended chivalry to the Haudenosaunee Confederation, and this Royal Proclamation became in the body of Canadian constitutional law. The Proclamation of 1763 became the earliest semblance of what we'd consider to be distinctly Canadian constitutional law. What is lesser known about the history of this country is what happened immediately after the proclamation, which was a gathering of nations at a place called Fort Niagara in southern Ontario. King George's proclamation was shared with all of the allied nations that assisted him in the war against the French. And the response to that was to embrace the proclamation in a wampum belt. And this is a memory device. A wampum belt is a memory device to commemorate events and relationships. And in this particular case, the Haudenosaunee said they embraced the chivalry of King George, and they said that now we have a shared destiny. Like what Miles was saying earlier about paddling in the same direction. Well, what the Haudenosaunee said was that we have a shared destiny, and in this wampum belt represents a river, and in the river are two vessels that are going in the same direction. One, a boat, a ship that represents King George and his laws, his people, his culture, and the second vessel, a canoe that represented the Indigenous nations that were a party to this treaty. And there was concern expressed. You know, Miles was talking about 1987 in Denver. In 1764 at Fort Niagara, the elders were already at that time concerned about the consumption patterns of the newcomers. And of course, they were not just consuming for themselves. Much of the extraction of resources from our homelands in the country we know today as Canada were being shipped overseas to feed, the so-called old world countries. And so the elders who gathered in 1764 at Fort Niagara had that concern about the culture of consumption and exploitation and extraction of resources. And there were many predictions made at that time. They foresaw the hard times that we're experiencing today were foreseen at that time, not just by the Haudenosaunee, but also by the Mi'kma'ki peoples on the East Coast. My friend and a colleague from the Indigenous Circle of Experts, Lisa Young, from the Unama'ki Natural Resource Institute, she shared you call it a prophecy. Essentially, it's a prediction, an educated prediction of the future that her elders had made. And I distinguish elders from what we could call the old people. The old people who were alive during those times of first contact between Indigenous and European peoples, which there was a plethora, a multitude of first contacts, hundreds, if not thousands of first contacts across this Mexico, Canada, and United States. But when those first contacts were happening, there were people who had lived elders, old people that had lived their entire lives within the customs and ceremonial progression of life that our ancestors had followed forever without interference or pollution of the kinds that we see today that have eroded, not destroyed. As Miles says, we're still here, but many of our nations have been eroded. And so that prediction that the old people out east in the Dawnland in Unama'ki and Mi'kma'ki territories, they said that we foresee that hard times will come, that there will be destruction to the land, there will be destruction in our relationships, and there will be self-destruction. And just when we're at the brink of total self-destruction, the great-great-grandchildren of the newcomers are going to come to our great-great-grandchildren, and they're going to ask for help and guidance on how to get out of this problem. And so the challenge and the mandate that was set at that time was not only do you have to now remember your teachings, you remember how to live the good life, how to our understanding of humanity and the interconnection of humanity with all things. You have to hold on to those teachings, but more, as importantly, if not more importantly, you have to have love and compassion and forgiveness in your heart, so that when the great-great-grandchildren of the newcomers come and ask for guidance, that we don't have malice or ill will in our hearts. And that internal continuity of culture and love is what will truly see us through those hard times. And we see that sentiment popping up time and time again throughout the history, our shared history of the evolution of nation states, the geopolitical evolution, and particularly I'm thinking Canada and the United States. The Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte, who are a member nation of the Haudenosaunee Confederation, they read out in early 2020, just months before the pandemic, they read out a letter that they had articulated to then the Queen, the late Queen of England, reminding her of the Silver Covenant Agreement, the Silver Covenant Chain Agreement, that they foresaw that there would be times, just like any silver, that if you neglect that relationship, it'll become tarnished. But that can be expected. And when that happens, we have to come together and we have to renew our treaty. We have to renew our relationship and make it bright and new again. And and by the way, in the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte, the namesake of Thayendanegea is the name of that village, which Joseph Brant, who was a key diplomat, indigenous diplomat during those early years of the birth of Canada and the United States as we know it today. So I see my 10 minutes is up, and I just want to end on the note that when the Mohawks said what they did in that letter, it was tied to the land. And just like in the Treaty of 1764, as long as the grass grows, the river flows, and the sun shines, all of the cultural logic of our peoples were essentially like a kind of biomimicry in social innovation. How we can learn from Mother Nature's, how she organizes herself and how she organizes her economy, and how we can mimic that and emulate that in the way we design our social relationships. So I thank you for inviting me to speak. And I want to just end on that important note that traditional ecological knowledge just isn't about, it's not just about plants and animals and the seasons and such, but it's about those social innovations that allow us to live more humanely, not only within the human community, but within the community of all creatures that we share this world with. Kleko, kleko, thank you for your attention and the work that you do.
Thank you. I now invite Paulina.
Muy buenos días a todas y a todos. Muy contenta por estar en este lugar con ustedes.
Good morning, everybody. I am thrilled to be here in this place with all of you. First of all, I want to thank the CEC for the invitation. And we're here a little bit to share with you. Just a little bit because 10 minutes is record time to be able to share with you what we're doing with these indigenous approaches that have been designed for 46 years in the northeastern Sierra in Puebla. I'm talking about my beautiful country of Mexico, which I am honored to represent today. I'll start with a bit of our experience and we'll follow the slides. To talk about these 46 years for us has not been an easy job. I represent an organization of 9 cooperatives where strength is based on unity, on a very interesting organizational model that's based on a participative community process. Next, please. So we are located in the northeastern Sierra. Specifically, we are located in 37 municipalities, as you can see on the slide, across 2 states, the state of Puebla and the state of Veracruz. More specifically, we are located in Cuetzalan, the seed for this cooperative movement. This is a very quick overview of the cooperatives and what each of them does. This is the Tosepan cooperative group. It is 9 groups with different economic activities based on social solidarity economic activities. There's something very interesting to share with you. This is where I want to base this presentation around. So these indigenous approaches to climate adaptation or resilience, which is what we see in the northeastern Sierra and Puebla, relates directly to the type of rural life of our originary indigenous peoples. For us, this is a very significant connection that is based on love. Love for our principles and values, and this relates to that great connection to Mother Earth. This is being able to give and receive, but also knowing how to listen to the land and knowing how to care for it, how to love it, and how to serve it. Our Mother Earth, our natural resources on their own, I believe, as our colleague just before me said, I believe that the natural resource and the territory is a whole. It is a whole, and as the phrase says, we are of the land, we are brothers and sisters. Therefore, we must walk in community and in unity and in collaboration in an organized way. So this leads me to the next slide, which is about the Masewal cosmic vision. This is a vision of our originary peoples. It is based around knowing how to respect Mother Earth and this cosmovision from the guardians. For us, in the Masewal vision, there are several guardians, the guardian of the hills and mountains, the guardian of Mother Earth herself, starting with the premise that the earth is alive and is listening, and she also provides for us. There is a guardian of our native seeds, and in this whole context of the cycles of respect and values, our production is based on that idea. So as originary peoples, this leads to the importance of caring for the land and the water in our territory. Our biocultural landscapes, our production systems, our plants and our animals, the people, and this entire relationship that exists is a whole. It is therefore very important to look at these production systems which work based on full respect for our production cycles. Production cycles that we have learned from our grandparents, from our elders, the time to sow, the time to plant each of our crops. This is a challenge because we're talking about indigenous communities where the properties of our producers are quite small lots of land, very small plots, where on average they might have 1 to 2 hectares in total. The challenge lies in how to diversify those small plots of land. This leads then to act with resilience in the face of these challenges and this adaptation to climate change. All these strategies move us and lead us. For us, the logic behind this is that the earth has us and we do not have the earth. We do not own it. The Taltipac is alive. The Taltilpac is Mother Earth and she is alive. In the Masewa language, this is what it means. And there's a relationship and an understanding in line with women, with the female. Our grandparents say there is a similarity between a woman creating a new being. So is the land that provides for us, that gives us food. Everything that we consume, we are living, we stand. We stand thanks to Mother Earth. Mother Earth also bleeds, and her blood are the rivers, the waterfalls, the springs. It is all a whole, a system, where I believe that within that logic of love and respect, this is how we must continue to preserve and conserve, as well as creating awareness among our population to create changes that care for our Mother Earth. As we can see, we have these visual aids that serve as testimonials. Caring for the land also tells us that we must care and preserve. We must produce sustainably. And this does not only relate to agricultural production, the systems of our ancestors. This also relates to the actions we must take to preserve and care for our land. We can create social solidarity economies. This is what our Union of Cooperatives has actually done throughout these years. Again, we are located in the northeastern mountain range, the Sierra, and this is the Cotaquiloyan. This is our production system. Cotaquiloyan is the garden of coffee, the biodiverse garden. What's beautiful about this is that according to data that has been produced from research in our land plots or allotments, is that we have over 150 species of plants and over 180 species of birds. Furthermore, we have the challenge to make the best use of this along with that solidary joint economy. We have seen that through those land allotments, we have been able to strengthen our farmer economy, the economy of our producers, the coffee harvested in those allotments, the peppercorn. That is all exported today to other countries like Japan and Germany. In this place, we are creating social solidarity economies where the focus at the core of this are people. Of course, under the care of this environment. So in that sense, we are also applying that resilience and experiencing that resilience in the face of climate change. So these strategies lead us to continue to think and take action related to the struggle and defense of the territory. This, of course, when we see mega projects that are an attempt against the life of our natural resources. For this, a very interesting tool has been created. It is a participative tool. It is in Quetzalan, the seed village of our cooperatives, and this is a territory ordinance. We have used this legal instrument that can be enforced when we are threatened by these mega projects that are an attempt on the life of our natural resources, and also that implies a huge negative impact on our societies, on our health, and our environment. The creation of this territorial ordinance is based on the fact that the population may be able to identify within their territory what surfaces they have and what areas can relate to conservation, to preservation, areas that can be used for restoration, and even areas that can be used. So a lot more of these legal ordinances have been created in addition to regulations that have sprung out of community participation. This has additionally created a very interesting sense of belonging and also how important it is to continue to build this awareness. I think I'm short on time, so let's go to the next one. These are a few of the actions created by the Tosepan and Katik Alliance for resilience, for climate resilience. These actions include, for example, solid waste management, also through citizen participation. We are doing something similar to that territorial ordinance here. The Tosepan performs an essential role because of its organizational nature and the fact that it is present in 37 municipalities. So out of 48,000 partners, men and women, that we have in the territory, its positive impact has been very interesting. It has a huge power to call to action and to organize. This cooperative movement is based on assemblies for citizen participation. So there are consensus and discussions and decision-making processes in these assemblies. This has helped us as well with communications and creating actions. The issue of solid waste management through participation has led to the creation of these additional regulations for organic and inorganic waste management alike. A few campaigns have been launched where, for example, in street markets, we no longer use plastic grocery bags. We encourage people to bring in their own tote bags for their shopping. We have had other actions. We've had workshops. We've had training in schools to create awareness. And all this is useful for this said awareness. For us, it is very important to reflect on this collective work based on the Yeknemilis concept. So you may be wondering what that is. Yeknemilis, which is written on the screen in black, and Yeknemilis is the good life, it's living, it is love, it is what gives us sense, the sense of being on this beautiful earth, but it is also in our hands to provide, to help, to accompany our organizations and create awareness. But most of all, to use that traditional knowledge and the ecological practices of our grandparents, their wisdom, and bring that to the younger generations nowadays so that we can continue to create awareness and actions that create an impact in view of this adaptation to climate change. For us at the Cooperatives Union, we need to continue to strive for the good life. At the center of this image, we see a drawing. It is a very moving drawing because it has been made by our children. These are the children that were at school, and they were asked to draw what they want their land to look like in the next 10, 20, or 30 years. These were children from 3 to 18 years old, kindergarten to the last year of high school. They drew this. It is a land full of life that is green, a land where they can see nature and biodiversity as well as culture, where they see a rural form of life. And I think that all of us, men and women, must continue to act for climate adaptation. These, for example, are the proper types of spaces, and we need to open them up to people so that they finally realize that we need to support this form of life. This is a fight for Yeknamilis. Thank you.
Welcome, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to come and talk. Wo cloud hiko wa nu malkin ta mer sa ago chum kuna ta mer. Thank you for the words from the previous presenters from today. It is always inspiring to hear the words echoed back from others. When thinking about what I would talk about today, I remember a time when I was a young boy, 11 or 12 years old. My uncle had come over to our house one evening and asked my father if we could go hunting, that if we can go together with the boys. And it was later into the evening, but there was still sun out. And so we sat and we ate dinner. And then we visited and we waited until it got dark. We waited until it was around midnight. And then we took off, me and my older brothers, my father, and my uncle. And the first stop we had to make was to cut the gate above our house that the local logging company had put in place. So we had to bring out our power tools and cut it a piece so we could access our hunting grounds. And I remember before we went through the gate, my father and uncle told us that if we see other lights, that we had to run because they would be the fish and game wardens and the security officers who worked for the company. At the time, it didn't seem so out of place. And so we went and we hunted and we were able to harvest deer for our families. And on the way back home, we stopped at one of the logging blocks that was adjacent to one of our traditional prairies and we lit it on fire. And then we hurried back down the hill to our house and closed the gate so they couldn't see that we had locked it. At the time, I remember thinking that it was kind of scary. And my father, who was a council member, and my mother, who worked at the local school, were upstanding folks. My uncle and my father couldn't afford to get arrested. They were felons, both of them having been arrested during our fish wars, the campaign for our tribal people to maintain our right to fish along the Klamath River and to maintain their traditional homelands in the villages. It was a powerful moment in my life at that time. And since then, we had gone many, many times, every time with a similar story. As I grew up and began to learn more about who we are as Yurok people, what our view of the world around us was, as I learned the lessons from my kuchas, my grandmother, who was born in a traditional village of Kanulkim, the same village that I was raised in the part of the reservation that was without electricity or phones or power. It was clear to me that the lesson was that we are a part of the world around us. That the question of what is our purpose here on earth was not one that our Yurok people ever asked ourselves, because we knew what it was. Our role as human beings here on earth, our role as Yurok people along the Klamath River, or indigenous people within the basin, is to maintain and restore balance back to the world that we live in, back to the world that we all live in. There was several fallacies that we began to look at as we worked to reclaim our ancestral territory, that we looked to gain back our ancestral land management. At the time, the tribe ratified its constitution in 1993. The reservation comprised of less than 4,000 acres of our original 300,000 acres of ancestral territory, and getting the land back was critical to making sure that the survival of our people was protected. It was clearly apparent to me and to all of our people that as we began to implement the land management strategy, as we began to build our capacity and to reacquire land again, that there was a belief that was rooted in our society in America and within the colonization mindset of those who are now a part of the dominant society, and the misrepresentation of who we are as people, and the lack of understanding that within Yurok territory, within our ancestral territory, within the basin, and within the larger group of ancestral people, that the idea of wilderness did not exist, that the abundance that we had here when settlers and early immigrants first came to this country was not one that was created on its own. It was not one that was created when nature is left to its own, that nature is only natural when humans interact with it, and that if we want to regain the prosperity that we had before, we have to first acknowledge that it was the indigenous people of the Americas that created that landscape. It was our Yurok people's methodology of holistic land management that created the abundance of our redwood forest, of our salmon population, of our elk and deer. It wasn't from the lack of interaction with the world around us, but the holistic interaction of the world around us. When the first ethnographers came in and wrote about Yurok people, they had said that there was only one agricultural product that we did, and that was tobacco, because it was the only one that they could recognize as agriculture, because the size and immensity and holistic approach to food production was larger than anything that they had seen before. And the white supremacist ideology of the Indian being lesser couldn't allow them to understand how sophisticated and how large our management was, that they couldn't see the difference between agriculture and forest and the world around them, because there was no difference, because it was all managed. It was that view of the world around us that helped guide our tribe to implement the projects that we're working on now. The tribe now manages 110,000 acres, and we have worked with the idea of holistic management to bring about some of those changes, those holistic changes that we knew had to be done, similar to the Undam the Klamath campaign, to the largest dam removal campaign in America. And we could claim the world if there wasn't a few dams that were removed during World War II. So we claim the largest dam removal project in non-military terms. Collected with the work we're doing for salmon restoration in our other tributaries and in the Sacramento River, we are a part of one of the largest salmon restoration undertakings ever attempted. And it is based on that very simple view that we are a part of the world around us, and the only way to fix one part is to implement a holistic strategy that connects all of us together and that connects all of our basins together. Our forests were always working lands. Our part has always been to manage our landscape. That's always been a rule to follow. We have our traditional stories that help guide us, that tell us that if there ever comes a day when there's no more salmon in the river, there'll be no more need for Yurok people to exist, for humans to exist. We have the warnings that tell us that if we don't keep our land in balance, if we lose keystone species to the world around us, our society will begin to unravel. And there are points that we must continue to push for to maintain. How we got there, how we have got to the management we have now, how we've got to implement our strategy now, was based on those cultural views, those pieces of traditional ecological knowledge. And one other piece of what makes Yurok who we are, and it's the thought that there is no inherent evil in the world, that what you do and what you make of things creates the good or the bad, and that it's our responsibility to bring balance. We looked at that approach when reacquiring our land and reacquiring our ancestral territory. We looked at that same approach for the removal of the 4 dams on the Klamath River. We looked at that approach as we began to try to fight to bring fire back to the landscape. And we tried to reverse the last 100 years of fire suppression, not only within our ancestral territory, but within the larger landscape as well. Implementing specific strategies and working with allies that at first may not seem to be allies. The same companies that had locked us out of our ancestral territories became our partners. The same corporations that built the dam and destroyed our river became our partners. The same governments that arrested my uncles, my cousins for arson became our partners in ensuring that we're able to bring fire back, to connect our forest and our rivers and reconnect the importance of fire to our water and to our communities. As we've seen in California, the most catastrophic fires we've seen in the history have been within the last decade. And every year we seem to sadly break a horrific new record of the size of fires that we have. Like was said earlier and mentioned, that our elders told us as well, that it's important that we remember these ways, these teachings of land management, because these teachings of land management wasn't something that we simply stumbled upon. They didn't come out of thin air. We don't believe we just happen to know these things about how the world works and how we implement it, but we learn them through suffering, through the great starvations of our people for thousands of years before us. who saw what happened when you overharvest, who saw what happened when you allow your forest to become too dense. We have learned the lessons of land management because we've also done it wrong, and we've learned how to manage it correctly. When we see these management styles happening again that show devastation to our landscape, we recognize it because we've seen it before, and we've learned the lessons of how to come out the other side. The other thing I think about is another trip that I took to the same location I did as a young boy. And I had taken my boys, now who are the same age as I was. And as we drove out to our territory of Blue Creek, and as we drove by our restored prairies and the fire lines of the new burns that were going to be created, as we drove past the thinning projects that we were undertaking to restore uneven age stands of forest, as we drove past our carbon sequestration projects, and we camped at Blue Creek, that was at the center of the Blue Creek Salmon Sanctuary that the tribe had created. We got home, and at no point in time did I talk to my sons, to my children, about running from the cops. I didn't have to tell them the stories that my father had to tell me. They were simply able to be Indians. We were simply able to go and harvest. We were simply able to exist for a small piece of our world that was restored. Sadly, that's only one place we could go, and there is a much larger landscape that needs to get fixed. There's a much larger landscape that we need to implement our traditional practices on. I think we absolutely have to acknowledge how we got here. The foundational misconception of Indigenous management that was placed upon us. Recognizing if we want to truly create a better world for our future, we need a shift in the view of our place here on Earth. That we have to have a tectonic shift in how we look at ourselves. You have to begin with a foundation of understanding, of balance and sustainability before you can implement any practice that you find. Because if you don't have the basic foundational principles to implement the practices from Indigenous people, you haven't truly left the path that we're on now. We can't have renewable industries based on the same practices as fossil fuel industries. We can't have regenerative industries based on the same practices and foundational ideologies of extractive industries. We have to change how we view ourselves. We have to change how we view our interaction with the world around us so that we can implement the practices, whatever they may be, in the way they're truly intended to get the best benefit from it. We know it's possible to restore our landscapes. We know it's possible to restore the functionality of our forests and our streams, our rivers and our oceans, because we've done it before. We've seen it before. Thank you so much for allowing me to come and talk and share our small piece of the world here within Northwestern California. Thank you all for the speakers before me. Thank you all for taking a moment to come and listen and hopefully to move initiatives and policies forward. Not for us, because the work we do isn't for those who are alive today. The work we do is for those have yet to be born, for the generations that follow us. This is the work that we do, and that is who we do it for. Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Myers. I hope you stay on the line somewhere that you can hear us and entertain any questions that might come. Do we have any questions that are coming in on the Slido? And I see we have one person on the floor. We have about 10 minutes now. It's not a lot of time, but even if you are able to pose your comment or question, if it's not picked up by this panel, I'm sure it can be spoken to by the next or later on today. So let's begin. The gentleman we met yesterday from the sanctuary.
Good day, everybody. I don't have much to say to the panel other than to raise my hands up on behalf of our elder that's here with us from Kwasanich Nation. I'm from my home village is Sayote First Nation. I'm working with our project manager who's here with me, Tammy, and we're working with Seika Marine Stewardship, and we're dealing a lot with shipping. We're dealing with the total destruction of the Fraser River estuary for a container port terminal. But I especially want to raise my hands up to Frankie because he spoke our language. Here as Kwasanich people, we have a relative here from Cowichan tribes, the river that flows through their village. The elders said that you could walk on the back of the salmon. The river was so plug solid with salmon, you could walk across the river on their backs. That's not the case today. The Yurok people just had a salmon people gathering. And I wasn't able to attend. I want to congratulate you on that, working with the Children of the Setting Sun Productions. You do awesome work down there. God bless you. It's awesome. The Elwha Dam came down here straight across from Victoria. Amazing things have happened. We're dealing with the Snake River Dam, but you folks have the courage to go ahead with Klamath, and she really needs your help, our help. So we're here to help you. Hanford nuclear power plant, they're going to dump more radioactive waste into the Columbia River. Fukushima is going to release, they've gotten the green light to release more of their nuclear wastewater into the Pacific. It only took a couple of weeks for their nuclear isotopes to show up here in the Fraser River. But the scientists said it's not only in the river, we found the isotope in the plants and in the soil. So this is what we need to do from Columbia River up, and you're leading the way, and we'd love to help you in any way we can, Frankie. You're awesome. Thank your people for their work.
Thank you very much. Louis.
Thank you each for such sharing such important testimony and the work that you're all doing on behalf of yourselves, your families, and for all of us. I have a very simple question, which is just, what does the word economy mean to each of you? Thank you.
You want to begin, Eli? I believe it is.
Yeah, okay. Awesome question. The word economy is a cousin to the word ecology and ecosystem. So, ology is the study of, biology is the study of life, which is bio. Geology is study of earth, and ecology is the study of oikos, the Greek language. There's different kinds of ecosystems or oikosystems, rainforest ecosystems, desert ecosystems. And so the sort of heritage of the word economy is the wise and prudent management of the home, which is in the Greek language oikos. And this understanding of economy resonates much more closely with Nuchanoth understanding of economy, Nuchanoth economics. And I find a lot of similarities when I listen to other speakers about the economies that they're revitalizing and the connection with their homelands, and the understanding that social and ecological systems are inextricably linked. And anyways, I mean, the word economy and how it's changed, the use of the word economy is equally interesting and impactful in terms of what's gone wrong. In the modern use of the word economy, we refer to it as a thing. The strength of the economy or an emerging economy, it's been phenomenologicalized, if that's a word. And I think that distortion, is part of the reason why we've come so far into our own self-destruction. And so, yeah, thanks for the question. I'll give the other speakers a chance to respond.
Perhaps we could, Paulina, if you could speak briefly, and I see we have another elder at the mic. We'll go over to you, Frankie.
Y economía, bueno, ya el compañero que me antecede dio una...
Well, I think Eli has given a proper description, but based on the Royal Academy of the Spanish Language, it relates to the significance of an economy. The meaning is that it is the study of resources. I agree with him when he says that as human beings, we have actually been mistaken in how we have redirected this economy. So based on a voracious economy, which is the capitalist neoliberal model, which focuses around wealth and the accumulation of wealth and goods and assets in a way that is quite voracious at the expense of all our other natural resources. When we talk about the study of resources, for us, based around the Masewal cosmic vision, we see a harmonious interaction that we should have with our nature and our environment and everything that surrounds us. As I mentioned during my presentation, it has to do with this harmony. And in striving to find an economy that is social and solidary without damaging or harming our resources. At the end of the day, those resources are in our hands. So it lies with us that we have a future we can inherit to our children and grandchildren, as it was said as well. It is in our hands to care for them, but it is also now in our hands to create change. And it lies with us how to change and redirect based on the social economy, which is possible. It is possible to have a social solidary economy where a collective of people can build together without harming those resources, that environment, that land. That is what it means to me, that harmonious relationship that for us implies the quality of life. Thank you.
I think those are phenomenal descriptions of economy, and I will only add from our perspective, when we think of the word economy, it's an exchange of resources, and whether that's your time or your actual resources, and how we manipulate that exchange of resources describes whatever economic system you're looking at. But at its core, it's simply an exchange of resources, and it's up to us to determine how those exchanges take place and what is the exchange difference for those resources. And if we want to continue to have an economy, we need to continue to perpetuate the resources that are available to us. The most important being our time here on Earth.
Haishka, Siam Nisjelacha. This lead Jidatala Makela. Nisjelacha need in Lakwangan, Swi Messes. Haishka, Tetzelden Tango Hela. I'd like to thank everyone here tonight, today. It's a great importance of what we're doing here. Let my friend here know we're talking about this 30, 40 years ago. When are we going to move? You know, meetings like this, we don't get anywhere. We just hear everybody complaining. We need to move. Where's the decision makers? There's a lot of issues that I don't want to sound like we're complaining. It's about the real thing about the environment. Our elders were advising us 30, 40 years ago. Look after Mother Earth. Really look after Mother Earth. Everything on Mother Earth is our medicines. Our fish, our wildlife. Today, we got to have a license to go out and fish. Elders we made a mistake. We showed these people where to fish and how to fish. And that's wrong. Now our elders are gone. They encouraged us to voice. We didn't make any mistakes. The minute we go out as First Nations to fish, we're depleting the salmon stock. But we have to look at the sewage. The sewage, what's going on here? 1 year in our territory, 70 ton of dead herring just around the point from us because of sewage. And nobody has said anything about it or did anything. They allowed the environment to be destroyed. Our elders are here. It's about time we get up and start speaking about things, the wrong things that's been happening. I thank all the speakers that before me. That's how our people, our elders taught us to thank people. We're trying. Where are the decision makers? Where are the ministers? Where are they? They need to be educated. I think all public has to be educated. Elders, one time, it's a 20-ton boulder. I can't lift it myself. It's about us. We can lift that big boulder. That's working together. And don't be afraid about saying what's wrong. Don't be afraid, our elders say. Because we didn't do anything. We got to stop pointing fingers and start working together and blaming. Quit blaming. How can we move forward when we start blaming, pointing fingers at each other? Let's work together. Help one another. We were put here at Mother Earth to look after it. Are we doing it? We have to say we. There's no I in a team, there's a we. So I really want to thank everyone for being here today. Hi, chaps. Yeah.
Thank you, Elder Jack. Please, your name?
Thank you. My name is Jessica Lee, and I am from California, the US. I am a delegate to the 2023 North American Waterlution Water Innovation Lab, and I was the youth delegate to the 29th JPAC and the council session, the CEC council session. So I'm so great to be here back. I mean, this is my first time in Victoria, but I'm really glad to be back attending the council sessions and also the JPAC Public Forum. My question for the panelists is, Indigenous traditional and technical knowledge can be very different from mainstream industrial and commercial farming, specifically agri-food systemic practices. What are some effective strategies to bring conflicting ideas and approaches to how land, water, and resources should be used to a point of progression, to a point of consensus after all the denials and arrests? What are some effective strategic approaches that we should be using or considering of using?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so this will be our last question. We're going to make time for this answer, and we'll go through each one of you to speak to some of your recommendations about strategies going forward.
Yeah, thanks for the question. What that inspires in my mind is building on what Frankie was saying earlier, that we have to understand where we came from. We have to understand that this mythology of Indigenous practices being just hunter-gatherers. The way I think of it is our ancestors were ecosystem architects. They designed, rather than confining nature, plant and animal species within fences and intensely cultivating several species of plant and animal, our people understood how to steward and foster abundance at an ecosystem level. And you know, like if you trap those animals in captivity, there's an old story I heard when I was 9 years old from an elder from Sioux Valley, Dakota Nation in Manitoba. And she said, long ago, our people learned the hard way that if you rob the liberty of the deer, then a disease will come. And it's a long story anyways, but the punchline is it's happening again with chronic wasting disease. Now that's getting into the wild ungulate populations. We need to have respect the life and liberty of those creatures as well. An elder from Edmonton, Treaty 6 country, he told me that the elk antlers from the park, in the national park, they breed elk in captivity for reintroduction to the wild. But while they're there in captivity, they can't follow their own path of life, you know, and the people use elk antler for medicine. But when that animal's been in captivity, the potency of that medicine is not there anymore, because that elk is no longer able to follow his own destiny or her own destiny, to follow and seek out the medicines that it uses throughout the seasons. And when it does have those medicines, then the potency of the antler is there. Anyways, the last thing I'll say on this before I pass the feather is and you know, we're talking about North American level destruction of habitat. The American army couldn't defeat the Dakota people on the battlefield. And so they went after their food source, the bison. The bison was an extremely healthy source of protein. And not only that, but it cultivated the land itself. The bison was the cultivator of indigenous agriculture, let's say. And what they did next was they plowed up all the grass, the native grass species. And if you know anything about this, the native grass species, meters deep in the root system. And and the root system was spongious, so it collected, it held water, so that when times of drought came, that the bison grass, the buffalo grass, would still grow. So what did they do? They plowed that up and they planted wheat, which has a very shallow root system, and most of the plants on top above the surface of the earth. Now what happens when the drought comes? The wheat dies. The dirty 30s wasn't climate change. I heard somebody say that on a news presentation one time. The dirty 30s and the Great Dust Bowl and the erosion, the desertification of the central plains of North America was a man-made catastrophe. And rather than correcting course, they doubled down and they started using artificial chemical fertilizers to keep those plants, those unviable plant species going. The bison were all massacred because they couldn't get to the Dakotas, the Dakota Nation. And they brought in cows. The cows were not made for that climate. The first big winter, they died. They froze to death and they're on their feet. And so they built barns, and the rest is history. Like the intensification of the use of fertilizers and pesticides, and then the concentration of effluent from those big houses, those big cattle, hog, and chicken manufacturing facilities, let's call it what it is. And then where do you put that effluent? Into the waterways. Huge dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico. I think it's time we stop fooling ourselves that science can just double down and create a solution for the problems. We have to go back, like Frankie said, and look right at the origin of how these ancient civilizations maintained resiliency for over 14,000 years in the known archaeological record. Dr. Ron Trosper, a Harvard economist, studied our civilizations of the Pacific Northwest in a book that was published in 2009 called Resilience, Reciprocity, and Ecological Economics. And I think we need to look to these kinds of interpretations of the teachings such that we can meet between the worldviews in ethical space. So that's my last rant for the day. Over to you.
Thank you, Paulina. Bueno, la desventaja de ser segundo o tercer participante es que
well, the disadvantage of being third is that the first and second responders stole off your ideas. No, I'm just kidding. According to what was mentioned, I am fully convinced, we are convinced as a cooperative movement that organic production systems are understood coming from the heart, from not harming the environment. And I agree that this way of production, this production system must be backed by public policies. Because what is happening in these days? Governments make agreements with large transnational companies that sell these toxic substances. And I say this because they only harm the environment. And in order to accumulate wealth, they're left to go across the world, destroying and harming the environment. So under the organic production system, as long as it's backed by public policies in which our governments will make it as a law, I think that's a way that we can bring important change, to stop looking at our natural resources only to generate wealth. It needs to go to a caring approach and love. That is my opinion. Thank you.
Last word to you, Frank.
Well, I'll thank the questions. I think this goes back a bit to what I was thinking on the previous question of what is our description of economy? And UROC is placed within California, and this question that's presented is, how do we have discussions with agricultural practices and practitioners today to try to implement our traditional ecological knowledge and our traditional land management practices? It's a difficult one. And I'll tell you this, spending millions of dollars on lawyers and suing each other isn't the way to go. We've done that for decades. I think attacking the problem with a frontal attack, a straight approach of trying to destroy the system and change the system, I think is ill-advised. And what we have implemented as a part of our strategy goes back to an economy, shifting the economic structure that our irrigators and our farmers depend on, and looking at it differently, as was just said a moment ago, looking at it differently, and how can we change the exchange of resources and time, not that to destroy the economy, but to simply change it, to simply adapt it, looking at different ways of thinking about agriculture as a foundational process, looking at how we can use the individuals and the companies who are practicing monocrops and practicing large-scale agriculture and presenting them with an option of shifting economies to a restoration economy, or shifting the model of how the revenue is generated. We just recently signed a memorandum of understanding with one of the agricultural corporations within our basin that simply said, we are going to start shifting a portion of the watershed towards a traditional land management practice. But it's not going to be a shift of revenue away from the economy. It's not going to be a shift away from generation of revenue to the local individuals who are out there working. I think we have to view our enemies as allies and find common ground and find a way that those industries can shift, but the individuals who are out there working day in and day out to provide their families are still able to do that. And I think that's critical. At the heart of what our strategy is the recognition that at the end of the day, we're just people. We're just people. It's people who are out there working. It's people who are out there planting. We're just people. And if we can come together to implement a better strategy for you to put food on your table, let's do that. And if we can move away some portions to have a more balanced economy and watershed and ecology, that's the way we should shift, because that is at the end of the day that's going to create the sustainability for our families to continue to thrive from generation to generation. That is all much easier said than done. And the practice of shifting economies is difficult, but one that has happened time and time again. We're seeing a shift of economy right now. I think that is absolutely the key to shifting away from the destructive agricultural practices that exist today and back to a renewable, sustainable agricultural practice, is a shift of that economy. And it absolutely is going to take policymakers, and it absolutely is going to take people thinking outside of the box and creating partnerships with those who we now consider enemies.
Thank you very much. Please help me in thanking these our experts on the promotion of Indigenous leadership.
So I welcome you back to session number 2, integrating traditional ecological knowledge and Indigenous perspectives into climate adaptation and planning. So I have the privilege to invite to the podium my colleague and dear friend, Felicia Marcus, who is a JPAC member representing the United States.
Thank you so much, Octaviana, and thank you all for being here. And thanks in particular for coming back so soon after lunch. You're doing really pretty well. I wasn't just in the last nanoseconds, it changed. So thank you. I appreciate you for coming back for this continuing conversation on Indigenous approaches to climate adaptation. I want to say thank you to all the speakers from this morning for their insight and inspiring thoughts and wisdom. Also, before we start, just a personal note for me. I am so happy that the Council created the Tribal Ecological Knowledge Expert Group and made honoring and integrating TEK and Indigenous perspectives as a high priority for the three countries. It has been a dream of many of ours, and it has continued to be a high priority for the JPAC, and we're honored to be able to work with our TEK expert group colleagues to promote this important work and do our work together as opposed to doing it separately. This morning we heard from three experts and tribal leaders, as well as our opening inspiring speakers on their efforts to adapt to climate change and the challenges to come, and the attitude and heart and endurance that we need to bring to it. This next panel continues that conversation, focusing on how to make this integration happen, which has been slow in coming, but which is crucial to our collective efforts to meet the unprecedented challenge of climate change and climate change adaptation, in addition to the challenges we face even without climate change. And we're honored as a result to have three very experienced leaders and practitioners with us today. I'm gonna, as is the practice, introduce them all right now, and then we can get into the conversation and then to your questions. Our first speaker will be Laura Lines, who is the president of the Resilience Institute. She's stepping in for Noreen Plain-Ingle, the former general manager of utilities for the Piakani Lands Department, who just could not make it in person. They've worked together collaboratively for many years, and on this presentation, the Resilience Institute is the Piakani's partner in a key adaptation project that Ms. Lines will describe. Ms. Lines is the co-founder and president of the Resilience Institute. She holds a Master of Laws in Climate Change Law and Policy and a Master's in Intercultural and International Communications. I want your resume. That is really cool. Formerly, she was the Director of Government Relations and Head of Applied Research at a specialized post-secondary institute in Alberta. She's also a graduate of the Oxford Adaptation Academy and a focal point of the United Nations FCCC Nairobi Work Program. Laura recently received the Dean's Excellence Award at Strathclyde University Law School, and prior to that, the American Sociological Association's Jane Goodall Fellowship for her work on perceptions of large carnivores in communities. Now, I really want your resume. Our next speaker is Maria Lorena Soto Pinto, a native of the state of Chiapas in southern Mexico. Maria Lorena Soto Pinto is a biologist who obtained a master's degree with honors, and in 2001 won an award for the best PhD dissertation in plant ecology. In 1982, she contributed to the founding of the School of Biology in her hometown. A researcher at the Southern Border College, EcoSur, since 1984, she engages in research and policy advocacy, advises students, conducts activities to further knowledge, and publishes on the following subjects: community agroforestry, traditional systems, socio-ecological systems for coffee, cocoa, biodiversity, climate change, and environmental services. She's published over 170 peer-reviewed papers, chapters, and books, directed or advised 75 bachelor's, master's, and PhD theses. I don't have a PhD, you can tell. And directed 5 postdoctoral projects. She was awarded the State Medal of Merit in Research by the Science and Technology Council of Chiapas, EcoSur's Institutional Development Prize, and recognized as an outstanding woman in science. Soto Pinto is a member of the Mexican Academy of Sciences, the Alliance of Women in Agroecology, the technical board of the Thematic Research Network on Agroforest Systems in Mexico, Mexico's National System of Researchers, Level 2, and an honorary member
of the Mexican Agroecology Society. Wow. Last but most definitely not least is Lorraine Marquez Eiler. Lorraine Marquez Eiler is a, he has said O'odham elder, the highest honor you can have, a great-grandmother, and a member of the Tohono O'odham Nation. For the past 30 years, she served as a district council and legislative council representative and alternate. She's a retired professional nurse, and she served for 38 years in the federal system. She's a founding member of the International Sonoran Desert Alliance and has served since 1992 and is currently the Alliance's president. She's also a member of the Healing the Border Project, which works to protect sacred sites along the US-Mexico border, primarily through community organizing, legal strategies, and public education. She contributed to the 2021 resolution that affirmed the legal personhood of the saguaro cactus, called Hassan in the O'odham language, and leads educational tours in Organ Pipe Cactus National Monument, which we'll talk about a bit today, ancestral O'odham lands. Eiler lives in Ajo, Texas. The process for this morning, they'll each give a 10-minute presentation, which as we know is too short for all the knowledge that they hold, and they will do their best. I'm gonna have a little chime that goes off that you may hear, and I think Tim will also be helping. The point is not to cut them off. The point will be to move the conversation along. Then depending upon time, we will have a little bit of time for me to further discussion. We should have a little more time than we had this morning. And then we will go to your questions in the audience and online through the Slido website. And either I'll get them on text or Mariana will come and deliver them, and we'll get into this conversation. We're not going to do a poll again. We thought we might do another poll, but I would like you to see the answers, if someone can put them up, of the poll you did this morning about how many people feel their communities have been already affected by climate change. And the answer is 97% yes. There you go. Perhaps not a surprise, but important to know. We're all here. We all know it exists, and we all know it's a problem. And the challenge before us, as so many of our opening speakers raised, is to figure out how to do something about it, and do something about it faster than we've been doing something about it. Even if we think we've been doing it as fast as we can already, we need to do far more. So with no further ado, I will turn to Laura Lyons.
Thank you, Felicia. I want to acknowledge Florence for opening today in a good way, and the Songhees people and the other many Indigenous communities who call this beautiful place home for time immemorial. I come from Treaty 7 territory. The community I live in is called Canmore. It's just outside Banff National Park. Maybe you might know the area. And I've collaborated with Indigenous communities from South Africa, Treaty 6, 7, 8, and Métis. So this short, hopefully, presentation, well, it will be short, 10 minutes, is just a reflection of some of the work that we've been doing. And I will just follow up on what Felicia said, that I'm here. Noreen Plain Eagle was coming with me to this. I'm also participating in the roundtable. And unfortunately, she had a very serious family issue. So it's, I'm excited about presenting, but it's also quite sad that I'm here instead of her. But we talked about it before coming, and it's with her blessing that I'm here, and that feels very good. So thank you to Noreen. Okay. Some of the principles that we have, or I guess, will speak to is in Canada, you may know of OCAP, but we also follow UNDRIPS, free and prior informed consent. We talked, so I'm not going to read these all out in the interest of time, but one of them is time. And, oh, thanks. Okay, and the idea of ensuring that there is ethical space and what that means. And one of that meanings is time. And today is not long enough for this conversation. So I think we all know that, but I really want to reiterate that this work is, in my opinion, essential to the existence of life, and we need more time. Actively weaving principles and concepts. So these are just a few of examples. Time, so ensuring there is time and space. How do we bring values and centering initiatives? We actually don't call them projects because there's projects. Project implies a beginning and an end. This work is ongoing. So ensuring that there is a holistic approach, that values are at the center, gratitude, and how we're framing the work around values. So community values, local values versus, and I will say, so this is just, I'm gonna breeze through some of this in the interest of time, but things to consider when we're doing our work is, did we involve Indigenous values from the beginning? And what does transdisciplinary look like? And how are we really honoring different ways of validating knowledge? So we all probably are familiar with the peer-reviewed. If it's peer-reviewed and you've been published a lot, then it's somehow valid knowledge. But what about knowledge that's been shared with you from an elder that has been passed on through generations? How is that? Is it only valid if that particular person ends up as an author on a paper? And what is the process? So thinking a lot about that. So words matter. And I mean, no disrespect to the wording of this session or the goals of the commission, but including and incorporating implies that you are bringing knowledge into a dominant system. And if we're really meaning that what we want to do is break down these barriers, then we need to be using some different words from the beginning. Now for some examples. So our work with the Piikani Nation, for example, we started with a conversation. So it was an invitation to meet. We had a conversation. We tried to understand what the community wanted. So we have a lot of scientists that we work with and technicians from the Western trained world. And they have some things that they were really concerned about. And what could we do better together? So conversation, and that led to a multi-year partnership. How to engage was really important. Who to engage and how to engage. So learning, that reciprocal knowledge and learning. And this is just an infograph to show you what they came up with, and that their concerns, which probably, except for that, whoever the 3% is, I want to move to your community, but these will be familiar to you: food security, drought, and understanding how traditional plants could maybe be used within the whole picture to enhance biodiversity, and to bring people together. So for them, it was really important that youth and elders were part of this process. At the Resilience Institute, one of the things, and me personally, I'm quite passionate about, is instead of just talking about people and communities as vulnerable or at risk, what are the innovations, the local innovations, and what can they bring to the table, and how can we maybe reframe this and elevate their voices in a way that's not about, helping them because they're vulnerable. This is about what knowledge can you bring to strengthen this horrible situation that we're in. Partnering with NGOs, academia, and government. Here's an example, a recent one that in part was supported by the EJ4 fund, was agriculture scientists, scientists from Environment Canada and academia coming together to look at sweetgrass and what is the potential of sweetgrass to sequester carbon. But it wasn't just about sweetgrass. There's other plants too that have not really had a lot of research, because why would there have been research? During colonialism, we didn't want to know what Indigenous people's plants could do because we wanted their land for farms and for cows and for monoculture. But what did these plants, what were they part of this whole ecosystem? So maybe they might be part of the solution too. Approaching risk and vulnerability planning and assessments, not just from a built an asset with social thrown in on it. This is just an example and some of the work that we're doing across Alberta right now. And then for us, we found that taking a thematic approach was really a powerful way to engage the community. How am I doing for time? Do I have 4 minutes? Okay. So Stories of Resilience is a program that happens alongside. So while we're planning, doing adaptation work, we're also mobilizing the community. Instead of delivering climate education, we are learning together and creating engagement opportunities. In this case, again, it was multiple people in the community, youth, elders, and others, to explore what it meant for them or what it doesn't mean to be resilient from a cultural and personal perspective in the context of climate change, pulling that all together. Very, very good program. It actually is, if you are in Banff, a little bit of a plug, it doesn't cost, well, except to get into the facility. It's on exhibition for 2 years at the Cave and Basin. And this is just one of the panels. But it's important. It's an important panel, I think, from Elder Mary McDougall, talking about spirit and talking about how intuition and spirit and the role of that plays in the conversation about resilience. And so when we're talking about things, I thought this morning was really interesting when Miles said the importance of listening to messages. And we call that, when you listen to the environment and what the stories are telling and the narratives for so many hundreds of years, we call that data collection and monitoring and observations. But I've been thinking about artificial intelligence and what about natural intelligence? So what about our innate, we sometimes we've got that intuition. What about if we just listened to what was being said? And that is an example of, from our perspective, of weaving Indigenous ways into our work. I'm going to leave it there.
Thank you so much. This is a demonstration of how it's definitely not enough time, because I know there are examples. I'm going to encourage everyone to be able to elaborate when we get into the discussion on anything and everything that they haven't had a chance to get to. On to you, Professor Soto.
Voy a hablar en español. Gracias, Felicia. Gracias, señora
I will be
Octaviana.
speaking in Spanish. Thank you, Felicia and Octaviana, for the invitation to this forum, which I believe is very important. Today, I would like to talk about the approaches and things we can do and bring up to our ministers for the environment. In Mexico, there are two major strategies or approaches, the ones coming from our indigenous peoples, the ones that have been developed for millions of years, and the other more specific climate adaptation strategies, which have been developed with civil organizations or with the state itself, some with more participation than others, but in a more structured way. So I would like to refer to the first approaches, the proper strategies or approaches, which include care for the forest, for biodiversity, agrodiversity, caring for seeds, which are essential for life, taking care of our practices and acknowledging them. So in this, there are a lot of practices, knowledge, projects, and experiences that have been developed by people. What do we need? We need to provide support, firstly, through a public policy aimed at supporting these experiences and opportunities to improve on all the natural knowledge and background, physical background, social and human knowledge as well. We're thinking about physical issues, things related to biology, but also related to our society and to the spiritual side that we have been mentioning throughout the morning. We also need research to meet these needs, transdisciplinary research with an incidence in the areas involved, also with the different forms of organizations across civil society, government, the private sector, and hand in hand with indigenous peoples and academia to propose alternatives. All this truly needs support. There's a lot of work that has been done on how people have improved and conserved their natural resources and environment, but there are other physical and produced resources such as greenhouses, biofactories, holistic handling of plagues and infestations, diverse crops, the use of certain specific tools that can be used, like furnaces that save on wood, which make better use, sustainable use of natural resources, but we also need support for programs that would strengthen these type of strategies that are working in our communities. People work with the biofactories, with microorganisms, with different types of organisms that control plagues and disease, a series of technical strategies, and lots of innovative technologies around our communities that deserve recognition and widespread communication of their experience. In all this work, women are essential. Women are the ones who mind the seeds, they mind the family, they mind their diet, they transform food, they cook food, they know about plants and animals, the animals that they feed. They also acknowledge and know of poisons, and they constantly transfer this knowledge to their children. Unfortunately, there is now a generational break, and a wide part of younger generations are migrating out of the communities, leading to a loss of this knowledge. While they also gain a lot of knowledge, different knowledge, when they come back to work in their communities, a lot of them have different perspectives, but the majority does not return. So there is this generational break for which we need programs for inclusion at the state level coming from the government, for self-employment even, so that people are able to stay and work in their own communities and allotments. All these practices, all this knowledge has been generated for thousands of years, and they have brought about the systems that have allowed for humans to live. We have chinampas, our orchards, our vanilla systems, different systems in the Mayan area, the ones to harvest maize, to harvest cocoa, coffee, all these systems that have allowed the blossoming of life in our different peoples. We know that the Maya were knowledgeable in the management of the land, and that allowed them to survive and not only live, but also to develop the great Mayan culture in a time of during the last glacial age, around 11, 12,000 years ago, when this culture was just starting to evolve. Then we move into the classical period, with this significant climate stage. And it was developed with a system that is no longer easy to follow because of the degradation of soil, and also because then their numbers were actually reduced to smaller territories. Of course, another issue are financial resources, but now they are developing different innovative strategies through different alternative types of markets, organic markets, solidary markets, the tianguis, which are the small public markets that set up in the street, and in different parts where people can buy and sell directly to the consumer. There are other opportunities for ecotourism, environmental services, and new businesses in the hands of the younger people, especially based on digital media. There are a lot of innovations being created to receive financial resources. Traditional knowledge in this is very important. I work in the coffee growing region, and we can say that Mexico is the second largest producer of organic coffee. The state of Chiapas, where I live, is the #1 producer of organic coffee, and this is due to the organization of the people themselves. There are mostly family organizations of the indigenous peoples like Tzotziles, Mames, lots of other indigenous peoples who remain alive with their culture and language. It is also very important when it comes to human knowledge and assets to include organizations, starting with the family. Families do not work individually. It's not the man only working, it's the male, female, sons, daughters, they all work in the organization. They also form cooperative groups, and through these cooperatives, they manage to reach different levels of resources, including funding. Maize, however, remains the key to life in Mexico. Maize, beans, pumpkin, chile, and people are knowledgeable in these resources, the different types of maize for the high and low plains, maize for the different lengths of drought. All this knowledge is available, but it's scarcer and scarcer. The Lacandonian people wash their feet when they go into their harvest so as not to introduce plagues or bacteria, which is a lost practice now. Another practice is the importance of fire, minding the fire, people getting together to mind the fire in their agricultural processes. And now with migration, this type of function to mind the fire is lost. It's still being used, but it's carelessly left to become huge wildfires. Now, this is all very important to collect information and knowledge into these type of programs. This is all based on values, which are very important, and they include mutual help, respect, community, spirituality, solidarity, and interdependencies. So we enhance these sort of needs, and we want to bring them to our ministers so that they may take into account all of these points for the necessary legislation and measures required to provide support. Thank you.
Thank you. I feel like all we're going to be able to do is tips of icebergs in terms of the amazing knowledge of our speakers. So with no further ado, I will turn it over to Councilmember Marcus.
Good afternoon. I'm happy to be here and to share a story about a very special place for us as Autumn. I'm going to talk about an oasis that has recorded 16,000 continuous usage. My great-great-grandparents are buried there. My great-grandparents lived there. It's an oasis, an oasis called Quito Springs that is located on the Organ Pipe National Monument. It borders the Mexico border, and also it is a biosphere. Quito is the heart, right in the heart of the Sonoran Desert. And you know what it's like to be in the desert with this one oasis. And so we've had many uses there. We use it as a spiritual place. It's a very spiritual place for us, Autumn, and we do very many ceremonies there throughout the years. What happened a couple of years ago was the fact that the organ pipe found out that the lining of the pond that they created when they took over the area was eroding, and so was causing a lot of leakage. And so for the past few years, we've been hearing about the leakage and, what are they going to do? And of course, all of this is going to cost money. Fortunately for us, we as a group got together, not only tribal groups, but also non-tribal groups got together and went to the springs and had our ceremonies, had our prayers, and we had spiritual runners coming from the communities in Mexico and also from Arizona, coming together and bringing water, different waters from different places to bless the place. And so there began our usage of continuous prayers to heal the area, to heal the border, because not only was the pond lining problems, issues with leaking water and the pond going down, but also the fact that the border wall was going up. Now, the border wall, we're told, has nothing to do with the fact that the water was going down. However, they blamed it on climate change, on the extreme heat, on evaporation of water. And so the fact that the border wall was coming and that they also put wells in every 5 miles to draw water to mix their cement for the wall, had nothing to do with it, we're told. However, the pond almost got dry. And as you can see the pictures, the one with the trees was what it looked like. And the one where the people are standing in there, that's how dry that pond got. And in an end, with all the whole thing that happened with the pond, we ended up with the pond on this end, and that's what it looks like right now. And so what happened with the pond drying up created a great disaster, not only for us, but also for the mud turtles that live there and also the pupfish. In the work that many people came together, they rescued 11,000 pupfish. Now, when I talk about pupfish, they're tiny little fish. And volunteers came from different organizations, from different states to come and sign the pond to save the pupfish. The mud turtles took 2 to 3 weeks for people to laying in the mud, reaching in the mud, and in the summer months, pulling out mud turtles to the point of where they were able to rescue 113 mud turtles. And then they were put in special containers. Fortunately for us in our organization, the International Sonoran Desert Alliance, some of us in the indigenous groups are part of that, and also the Thon Nation. We were able to we were blessed, I should say, to have a donor come up with money, and they gave us money to our organization to whatever processes or whatever purpose or project we wanted to work use the money for. So what ended up was that we ended up giving the money to the Organ Pipe National Monument, a seed money to reline the pond. And so then Organ Pipe came up with some additional money. And the unfortunate part about that is that when COVID hit, of course, as you know, things went sky high. They weren't able to get supplies, whatnot. And so by the time it started and the cost of what we were told, it went 5 times higher than what it originally was quoted in order to fix the whole lining and the work. And so again, we were blessed with funds that came forth, and needless to say, the pond was relined. And as you can see, what it looks like now without the plants. I will say that during our ceremonies, one of the things that happened to us was when we had the people coming from Mexico, from the different villages, running from halfway down the state of Sonora up to the border, and also people from the different 4 tribes of O'odham coming together and meeting right there on the wall and having ceremonies. And then the Kumie, who came from Southern California, 3 bands of them came together and helped us with this. And when we were standing around the pond and they were doing their ceremonies and singing, it was I don't know how to describe it, but I do know that when they were singing, here were the little mud turtles that came up to the water, and they were just dancing to the songs that they were singing. To us, that was goosebumps, period. You know, it was a feeling of that things were going to be okay. And I can tell you that things have been okay since then, because not only were we able to, when I say we, I mean the Organ Pipe National Monument came forth and was seeking all the different individuals that they could find, especially among the tribal leaders, the tribal medicine people, to help out with their traditional knowledge. And so there began the planning of how do we restore this area. And so we're in the planning stages now of doing signage, of possibly replanting areas around there, because this once when my great-grandparents lived there was a very, very lush area. It had pomegranates, fig trees, orchards, grapes orchards. It had huge fields, and you can imagine the animals, the birds, and everything else that came and lived off of the trees and the plants and whatnot. And so we are really looking forward to continue to work with Organ Pipe National Monument staff who have embraced us, embraced the fact that people that used to live there know how to take care of the area because of what it looked like. And then, of course, when they took it over, they changed the whole area. Not only that, the border wall, when they were putting in the border wall, they bulldozed the whole terrain along the border, knocking down saguaro cactus, knocking down plants, knocking down anything that was in the way. And so for us and the Organ Pipe National Monument, the tribe is getting in there and working with them. And one of the things that the tribe did was personalize the saguaro, because the saguaro is our part of our family. And not only that, you know, we have to speak for all the plants and the animals and that have no voice to protect them. And not only that, the right to have our own ceremonies and do our own prayers in areas that maybe different agencies may not understand. But I believe that what Organ Pipe staff has learned from us is the fact that we do make a difference. We do know what we're talking about. And so they have, as I mentioned, embraced us and have included us in on their planning. And so we're looking forward to the following years, because we do have, they're going to bring back, as I said, restore the plants. Not only that, also put in ramadas, put in a bathroom, which is sorely needed, and also start the youth conservation for the autumn kids. And so I can say that with the co-management of the whole area between the tribe and Organ Pipe, it's a good example of what when all the things I've been hearing about, getting people together, listening to each other, and embracing their knowledge and practicing the knowledge. And so with that, thank you.
Okay, now we have a little bit of time for discussion and some Q&A. And thank you, Councilwoman, for giving us such a specific example of going from the heartbreak of what was happening with the border wall to the relationship that you've been able to develop with the Organ Pipe National Monument. And I'm going to ask you in a moment a little bit about how you created that relationship. I'm going to go back and start with a few questions. Think about yours, and I know folks online can use the Slido app as well. In the very short time that everyone had, a lot of general principles and ideas were expressed. And I want to go back to Laura, in that I know there wasn't a lot of time. You were able to do one slide about the Coastal Grasslands project, but can you talk a little bit about how the relationship with the Piikani tribe or nation began, and then the project itself? You have your,
I have it. Yeah.
Okay, you have it on.
I was having lunch with the gentleman who is in charge of sound. And so if he doesn't like what I'm saying, he's just going to mute me. So as I said, it started honestly with a conversation. We were actually working with a neighboring tribe in the Blackfoot Confederacy, and for a few years we had been working, and somebody else in the Piikani Nation learned a little bit about what we had been doing and asked for conversation. So we sat down and had a conversation, and that led to an invitation to come back, and then talk with Chief and Council. So in this case, it was the Lands Department who extended the invitation, and then met with Chief and Council, and that led to what's called in Canada a Band Council resolution. They invited us to be their partner alongside exploring what climate adaptation and resilience is going to look like. And then we didn't have any money, and we didn't ask them for any money. We decided together that we would go out and find the money for all the things that they wanted to do, which I guess that's just a little hint that if you ask me if I have any advice, that's like a little bit of preface.
You talked about a lot of really amazing things in terms of agricultural production and traditional knowledge, women's knowledge, et cetera. And you have a vast storehouse of examples from all of your study. Are there any specific examples? You mentioned a couple of specific places that you think have transferability to any nation.
Sí.
Yes. I think that there are many examples of organizations that have worked, and organizations are made with families. So families get together, they distribute, or they divide in groups, and they divide the work. They work very hard with common objectives, with collective actions. And when they have more capacity, they form cooperatives. So the coffee cooperatives, that's the way they work. And they've had different challenges in order to be able to work. There's always power relationships that permeate the whole territory. So from a coffee cup we drink, about 6% of that value reaches those families, the farmers. So it's very little. So they're struggling, they're fighting to have a better market where they can sell their products. They all have very good quality products. However, the coffee we drink in Mexico, I mean, we export most of what we produce, and we are drinking imported bad or poor quality coffee. So what we are producing is exported, and this is a serious problem. So they're trying to do that with the market. There are many companies that have the market controlled, and they're not supporting people. So now there's a lot of people working for that, and some people went to prison for what they've been doing. It's a fight that they're waging in a frontal way. Many youngsters are part of alternative markets. There are groups of women who are getting organized as well, and they themselves are grounding, packaging the coffee and selling it. So therefore, they're owning the value of their product in a better way. This is also the case of vanilla, where we have those power relationships. Companies get a hold of the products, and then they get very little money out of it. So they're getting organized for a collective action to favor a better life for them, better income, and better opportunities with very diverse systems, with a lot of agroforest species, because there are a series of management styles that benefit not only the weather, but the ways of life of people.
Thank you. Councilwoman Marquez Eiler, your story arc runs from the heartbreak of the border wall and what you saw happening, both to the Saguaro and to the Oasis, to a real story of hope and partnership with the National Monument. Can you talk a little bit more about how you made that arc happen? Not just the amazing philanthropy that I'm sure was helpful, but how you built the relationship with the National Monument to be able to do this collective redemptive project.
Well, I think it's twofold. One is that I and my family and our group, we do annual, not only do we go to Quito quite frequently, but also we do annual harvesting of saguaro cactus, which is now the time to harvest, especially when it's 112, 15 on. Not only saguaro cactus, but also organ pipe. And so we camp out like for a week or two. And so we've always had that relationship. Not only that, also our organization, the International Sonoran Desert Alliance, is very much involved with all the activities of what's going on the organ pipe and it being a biosphere. And so we've always had that close relationship.
So you built on the relationship you started. Well, that's great. I have a bunch more questions, but now I have a whole line of people. And one is from Slido as well. So keep those coming. Kathy, take it away.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your lovely presentations. Appreciate all of your insights. I have a question about the capacity challenges of Indigenous peoples and communities when they become involved in these kinds of joint initiatives. If you could, either any one of you could speak to perhaps how you overcame, what those needs were and how you overcame those needs. And then we have a Slido question that maybe someone else might ask is, why do you believe that women are at the forefront when speaking about adaptation and resilience in terms of climate? Thank you.
Who wants to answer first?
Hay una lucha histórica en México, una lucha histórica
In
por la
Mexico, there has been a historical struggle over land. The Mexican Revolution actually wound up dividing the land, but it didn't happen equally everywhere. This is a struggle that eventually started back up in the 60s, 70s, 80s with historical, patriarchal, very violent relationships when the land was seized, and we saw a massive struggle. Later on, once the land was retrieved, because people started taking back the land, later on then we saw the fight to recover the means of production, to recover this type of work for better income, for better quality of life and opportunity. So that continues to happen. However, it is now the time of women. Overall, women have experienced violence subject to patriarchal capitalist relationships that do not allow further development, but there is strength, there's massive strength, and there's also growing empowerment, but we still need to continue the fight. We still need to work towards more empowerment and towards a more open visualization of how much time and how much care a woman devotes to her work. She gets up a lot earlier. She's the one that goes to bed the latest. She's the one who eats the least or the worst, and she has to still take care of everything and everyone. So she doesn't have much time left for the fight, even though the fight is everywhere in life. I think that we're making progress. At least in Mexico, we're making progress.
Legislative Council. In the 1930s, when the Constitution was first written, they show a picture. There's a picture hanging in the chambers where all the 22 representatives of the 11 districts were men. There was one woman standing in front, and she was a secretary. Now, they're all women and maybe 4 or 5 men on the council. Thank you.
I'll respond. I was wondering if they were secretaries, the men. I'll respond to the funding because it's the capacity question is big, and I'm generalizing. I understand that different communities are at different stages, but we've been in situations where we've had a lot of money to be able to support a community, but the community doesn't have the internal capacity to be able to do whatever that great idea was because they have other priorities. The mismatch of how funding is allocated, the rules around the funding, who gets it, when they get it, the reporting, the applications, it is all in a system that is not friendly to this type of work. So this needs to change. Philanthropy needs to change. The government system for funding this type of work, if they're serious, needs to change. And it can change, but I will say that there can be capacity, there needs to be capacity, but it's gonna depend a lot on some of these systems being more friendly to that process.
possible to access the funding.
Yeah, community and locally relevant,
If it's even there.
if it's even there. Well, yeah.
Great. Another question from Slido.
Yes, this is for Lorraine. Someone asked, how did you finance the restoration of the pond?
We had as I mentioned, we had a private donor who gave us almost $100,000. We had been told it was going to cost $250,000 to do the initial lining. So when we kept hearing about the issue of the lining, in our organization, we decided then to give the money to, or donate the money to Organ Pipe National Monument. So once we did that, it was like it opened up something somewhere, because all of a sudden the Organ Pipe was then able to get the other 150,000, which would have met the original price of 250,000. But as time went on, COVID supplies, it went up to over 500,000. But again, Organ Pipe was then able to get the money from different sections and different portions and different areas, and then we're able to do the work. But they did follow what we asked for, that they hire a tribal company to work on the processes. And so that was successful.
Hello, my name is Jessica Lee, and I am from California, the US. My question is regarding, so we can actually address the climate reality through various aspects. And I am certain that there is a relative relationship or a connection between spirituality, eco-spirituality, healing and caring for the environment, and scientific-based evidence. Do you find a contradiction, or have you been challenged by the notion that there is a contradiction between spirituality, eco-spirituality, healing and caring for the environment, and scientific-based evidence?
Yes, there is a contradiction. They're a scientific fact. And some of those individuals that truly believe in that find it hard to listen to us when we talk about prayers and we talk about how it used to be, and the traditional knowledge. They don't believe, or maybe they don't understand that the knowledge that the people had were knowledge that was created hundreds and hundreds, thousands of years ago. When you think about the Sonoran Desert and in this vast area of hardly any water, how do you think we survived? How do you think that my ancestors survived in order for me to be here? They had to have some knowledge. They didn't go to school. They didn't go to universities. They didn't have all these degrees that the scientific individuals have. And so sometimes they're looked down upon and not believed. But there's some of them are changing their stories now. The mere fact that we had our ceremonies and our prayers, and that all these groups of people came together and did the ceremonies and the prayers. And what happened with the pond? Here it is, just dry, and all of a sudden now we have water again. And so there is something to that. How, why, only our Creator has the answers to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to? That's yourself.
Hemos tenido la experiencia de que efectivamente, como dice.
In our experience, as Lorraine says, there are effectively these beliefs that are an entire system of belief and values that people still hold. And those of us who work in the formal sciences and the Western sciences should not deny or reject traditional knowledge, but we should be open to, first, to respect, and secondly, if we want to understand it, there's a chance to acquire that knowledge and to look at it as hypotheses or working questions that can be used to create additional knowledge. So I was working with an institution where, saying that the science and technology law has now changed in Mexico and they're adding an H for honorable before the National Council for Science and Technology to also acknowledge the humanities. And people were saying, well, what are we going to do with this? Does this mean that we need to believe everything that our indigenous communities believe? And do we have to accept it? I mean, there is permeating ignorance in our scientific community when it comes to acknowledging this other science, because it is a science in itself. So we need to educate ourselves and we need to change our perspective to open up to these other sets of values and sciences that exist.
The value of the relationship in the conversation too.
Of much to add to that other than I agree completely, 100%. And I've heard this many times. We were talking about two completely different worldviews coming together. So from a different perspective, I have also seen where some local people were really anti-science, especially in Canada, where there's a push for decolonizing. There's been some anger and anti-no, and then you meet, then that's fine. If you don't want to work with the scientists, that's okay. But I feel like maybe the challenges ahead are so big and so complex that if we could walk alongside together in curiosity with these different knowledges and know that they're equally valid, then maybe we'll find some solutions to some of these challenges. So, but there has to be an opening, and I feel like we can't push it. So if you're working with Indigenous peoples and they say, no, we don't want to take this and fit it into your world. Vice versa, if Indigenous communities don't, if you're working with scientists and they say, well, it's not valid, then don't work with them. Fine, there's lots of us out there who will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias, buenos días, buenas tardes. Vengo de México.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm from Mexico, specifically from Yucatan, from the area of the Mayab. We have heard a few testimonials throughout the morning and this afternoon, and I've been asking myself a question. Life has made me fortunate enough that I've been able to attend these sort of spaces. So what is the purpose? Is it to learn about history, for example, what Lorraine managed to do with the pond, or about the work that is being done in Chiapas? Where can we fit all of that? Where does it fit within the purpose of having this North American cooperation for the environment? Are we talking about life stories only, or are we looking for consequences from those life stories? So that's my question. Maybe we can just do some tourism, which is not bad, but where do we want to go? If we cannot manage to link these small efforts, I mean, I am impressed by the turtles. It actually answers to an expression of energy in nature. Anyone who doesn't want to acknowledge it, it's up to them. But at least for the Mayans, it is completely recognized. And there was science in Yucatan. And let's not lose sight of the fact that Europeans came to conquer and steal all the resources from our original peoples. We've noticed that there is a huge problem, that we're eating through the world. So from here, how can we create public policies that link our three countries enough to have a better future and destiny and have positive consequences? I'm not speaking only about, for example, of the peoples in Chiapas. I can tell that we've already lost from erosion 100 meters of beachfront in Chiapas, but there are other actions that we can balance that out with. However, we cannot just come here to talk about our life stories. There needs to be an extra step to take. And all those decision makers or those who can influence public policy decisions should really step up. That is a reflection that I have for the group. Thank you.
It's a perfect reflection and an appropriate question. And part of what we're doing is developing that dialogue. We know we have the interest of the three countries over a series of changes, and we are starting to make the pivot into what to do about it. So perfectly timed and the exact question that we want to get to, and we have the invitation to do so. Please. I will get back to a question as part of it once we've gotten through the line.
Hello. My name is Haley Hall. I'm from Florida in the United States. I'm representing the US as the Youth Innovation Challenge winner. And I hope you can all speak briefly about intersections between the environment and organized labor and paths forward in that intersection. Thank you.
Who wants to take that? Any thoughts?
Really have anything to say about that. I don't know, but now I'm thinking about that, and congratulations on being the winner. And thank you for that question, because now I need to think about this.
Felicidades por tu premio. Creo que efectivamente.
Congratulations on being a winner. I think that we're talking about, of course, the countryside. So it's the rural versus the urban. However, there is a relationship, but that's something else, not relating to your question. But then rural areas are linked to a management or a use of natural resources that have turned into production systems and commodities for the agricultural industry and the large food chains, food supply chains. And there is a process of forced labor involved in there. And these relationships, unfortunately, still exist. However, it is important to look at them, to observe them, to study them. In the state of Chiapas, in the south of Mexico, we have migrants from Central America who come through. And generally, they come into those plantations to work and harvest coffee, which has also become a form of livelihood. People harvest coffee because their parents and grandparents were also coffee harvesters. And there are, of course, different forms of relationships, from the least forced to the more forced. But we also find that form of livelihood that even though it's not convenient for people, especially when it comes to the exchange rate, people still come to work there. And that's the case for coffee. Now, in all other systems, we've seen mostly a family form of labor. It's family members working in their own plots of land or allotments, which has always been very common. Now, however, we see a lot of young people leaving. From a family with 5 children, which is the average for a rural family, only 1 remains to work the land while 4 leave. So we see a lot of them, mostly the men, the male, who migrate to the US or to Canada to work in production systems or in construction, in the restaurant industry, etc. There's also a type of a forced labor there, however, that we see from these young people. Sometimes they go back home, sometimes they don't. But there is a significant resource there, which are money remittances that come back to Mexico. They bring the money to Mexico, and in a way, they solve monetary problems. However, there are a lot of relationships of power and hierarchies. And for example, we can speak about vanilla on the process, which is undergoing an optimization, and companies come in, they kind of hook the families or labor groups, they bring them in, they give them training, they give them technologies or technological kind of package. Then they buy their land, and the company becomes the only entity that gets the full value of the product, and rural workers become that. They just become workers that are trapped in their own land. This is happening as well with tourism. We see that in Cancun, where the larger companies get their labor from where they have built their hotels, which used to be the land of the people who work there. They're stuck there now, making money, and their labor are all the local people, either from the Yucatan Peninsula or from the states of Chiapas or Tabasco, who are coming to Cancun for work. And we see that in other touristic areas. We really need to look at that, I think.
And I have a closing question that I want everyone to answer briefly. So I'll ask that the questions be brief and the answers be brief. And with your permission, all 3 don't have to answer every question. Louis.
Oh, okay, thank you. And again, thank you to all of you for providing such important stories today. And underneath your stories, which I found very heartening and uplifting, was the importance of building new and renewed relationships, whether those were between Indigenous and non-Indigenous society, within the family, between elders and youth. And I'm just curious if you could give us some advice about how to accelerate the building of new and better relationships between us all, because if we can do that, we might be able to accelerate the change we seek. Thank you.
I was last year. I was called on to take part in a discussion among a number of national monuments in the United States, and so I agreed. And when I got on, it was a question of how do we deal with, how can we communicate with the indigenous tribes? How do we, what methods do we use? Because we have some difficulties. We never know who to speak to. And so I was glad, because finally it seemed to me, having worked for so many years in environmental issues with so many different agencies around the community that I live in, that finally for the first time I'm hearing them. When I say them, I mean the government agencies and the national parks BLM asking for advice. And so we began a dialogue of different methods to use. And so I think there's consultations. Certainly there's different ways of consultation. And so to continue with that and to stay on top of it, just because you send a letter or just because you made a phone call doesn't mean that you sit around and wait for a response, because you may or may not get it. So it may take effort. It does take effort, a lot of patience and effort to make contact with individuals or with tribes that you want to connect with. And so it just takes a lot of time and patience, and also get to know who they are, get to know something about them. And I think that that's when you begin to establish a relationship. Thank you.
Short, but start from a place of trust instead of liability. So imagine what it would look like if the flow of funding or agreements happens just if you start from, we're going to trust that you know what you need, that you have knowledge and it's valid, that you're not going to rip us off. So maybe your financials aren't perfect and that's going to be okay. But I mean, I'm being a little radical, but imagine if just the thinking was about partnership and trust, and then what would flow from there. So that would be my advice.
Creo que algo que puede ser importante es
something that may be important could be thinking that everyone in the world is doing something for us. Someone is growing our food, the food that we ate today. Someone is packaging, transporting them, bringing them. Someone is selling them. Someone is doing something about policies, about waste management, and that we're all doing something for someone else. So we could think about a world where we are appreciative and thankful for that, and not just for other humans, but for other beings like animals, nature, Mother Earth. And as it was said this morning, we could think about love, about having affection for others. And in Tzotzil language, we say Juncotantic, a single heart. The world is actually very small. Who are we? Why do we think that we are so big? Thank you.
I'll keep this really short. I have a question around, are you or how are you incorporating Indigenous youth in these spaces? And then what has something that has been successful around that? Because there's a lot of gaps in our community around bringing our youth in these conversations. And then there's youth that are interested, but they're not yet comfortable. Like myself, I've been very privileged to be on these roles, or they're going to put you in a position where you're going to be mentored in. I would just like to kind of hear about some of your successes around that, because I'm a youth leader in my community now and stepping into that role where I was the youth, but now I want to bring more youth into these conversations and topics. Well, thank you very much.
In our work with Organ Pipe, we are working also with different projects and programs. Restoration of the area. Who's going to be involved? And certainly not only our medicine people, but also the young people will come in and help. We're also, Organ Pipe is also starting up a youth conservation group, which they used to have years ago, but because of funding and whatnot, they dropped it many years ago. But now, as I'm speaking, they've already contacted a high school on the nation, Babakibri High School, and they have a group there that is anxious to get involved and learn all about conservation. And so we're really looking forward to having them start the work and start the learning, and who knows what we'll get out of that. Maybe an autumn scientist, who knows? Thank you.
We have a lot of success with youth, actually, bringing them into the into work. And so here's a couple of things that we do. We provide stipends. So there will be some funding attached to it. There is a model and a process for responsibility, accountability. The local, so it would often be a department within the community would be entrusted with the funding. So it's a direct flow. They're responsible and accountable to their community. We help with them learning free and prior informed consent. It's amazing how many actual people, youth, don't even realize that within their own community. So how do you do interview techniques? How do you get knowledge from an elder in a respectful way? So they're doing it, not us. And something fun. So often something creative alongside. Even when we did youth-led local early action planning, there was a creative part of it. So they would learn, they would share the narratives in a format that they wanted to. And we found just some simple strategies actually have been really helpful with bringing youth and along for a while, not just let's get this done and move on. We've done our obligation, but really engaged.
Pues yo le diría a las y los jóvenes que
Well, I would tell young men and women to trust their potential, that there's a long way to go, and just keep on going. That's it.
That's great. We are out of time, and I will just say two things. One is to thank you all for the time you've given us today out of your busy schedule as well as your travel. It's meant a lot, and you've had some very good advice and inspiring work that you were only able to touch the surface of in the brief time we have. The second thing is, because I don't have time for my final question, which would get back to the earlier conversation, invite you to think about specific things that we could advise the ministers to do that would accelerate and facilitate this work. We've had some suggestions already of how to be a little lighter on all the rules in terms of giving money so that we can actually enable more. We've had conversations earlier in our other meetings also about what to fund and how to really honor traditional ecological knowledge and support some folks. And you had some remarkably profound but brief comments about the importance of relationships and how to really do them that I was scribbling madly on as we were talking. And so the importance of that has been quite a theme today, but it is at the heart of so much. And I want to thank you for all the intelligence and heart that you brought to this work. And hopefully you've enjoyed yourself enough that you will indulge us more of your knowledge and time in the months and years to come. Thank you very much. With that.
Thank you, Felicia, for moderating this wonderful panel. And I want to personally thank Laura, Maria Lorena, and Lorraine. I really appreciate all the contributions you've made for this discussion. Very important topic this afternoon. Gracias. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Merci. We're going to move along. We're going to have now a report from the National and Government Advisory Committee representatives. And they will be provided by Andy Carey. He is representing the U.S. National Advisory Committee. He is the chair of that committee. And Marina Bronk is the chair of the committee for the U.S. Governmental Advisory Committee. We're going to begin with Andy, and is Andy ready? Okay. Oh, wonderful picture. This was our, I believe, our picture in El Paso. We had a meeting in El Paso a month ago. Very nice. Andy Carey is the executive director of the U.S. Mexico Border Philanthropy Partnership, BPP, a position he has held since 2008. BPP is a binational membership organization based in San Diego, California, that supports a network of over 400 organizations that build prosperity through leadership, collaboration, and philanthropy in the U.S.-Mexico border region. Previously, Carey served for 15 years at Kiwanis International, leading volunteer mobilization and fund development throughout the globe. He received his Bachelor and Master's of Arts degrees from Purdue University. So I call on Andy to give us an update.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the kind introduction. It's an honor to be with all of you today and to attend the joint public advisory meeting, especially with a wonderful and distinguished general public audience and distinguished panelists. We especially want to give a shout out to the Commission for Environmental Cooperation Council and Jorge Daniel Tayan, our good friend, as well as the U.S. representatives of the Environmental Protection Agency, Janet McCabe and Jane Nishida, who we believe are in attendance. We're honored to be with you today, and I want to turn it over to my colleague, Marina Brock, to introduce herself.
Thanks, Andy. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marina Brock, and I am the chair of the Government Advisory Committee, or the GAC. In my day job, I'm a senior environmental specialist, or EHS specialist, for Barnstable County in Massachusetts. It's a pleasure to be with you. And as Octaviana said, the picture that you see is from our meeting in May in El Paso. And actually, some of those revered people are with you there. I see them in the front row. And so it is a pleasure to be with you. Next slide. All right, the slide today is just basically showing our agenda. It will be fairly brief, but we'll be covering the backgrounds of the NAC and GAC. We're also going to be talking a little bit about the 2022 and 2023 meetings we had and the charge letters associated with that. And then, of course, we'll answer any questions that you may have. First of all, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the NAC and GAC, we're actually two U.S. presidential advisory committees. The NAC is comprised of 16 members representing academia, representing industry, and also representing non-governmental organizations. The GAC is comprised of 15 members representing all sectors of government, including state, local, and tribal. We had two meetings this year in December and in actually just last month, and two charge letters were issued, which I believe the JPAC members actually have copies of. And I'll turn it over to Andy.
Next slide, please. Our two committees advise the U.S. government, and our committees are housed within the Environmental Protection Agency. Today, we want to express our deep admiration and appreciation to Administrator Regan for his steadfast leadership, and of course, to our good friend and colleague, Jane Nishida, who's the U.S. alternate representative. Under their leadership, our committees have been able to come together virtually over the past few years and just provide important feedback to issues identified by the EPA. We also want to thank the amazing team at EPA, Kimberly Patrick from the Office of Mission Support, our designated federal officer, Oscar Carrillo, Leslie Danglada, Mark Kasman, and Monisha Harris in the Office of International and Tribal Affairs. Their work and contribution makes the work of our committees much more feasible.
Thank you. Next slide. And here's a picture of us. That's Andy here on the side there, and there's Oscar in the middle, and then I am on the end. Basically, Oscar, as Andy said, is our designated federal officer. He takes very good care of us. We also work in collaboration with Leslie Danglada and Mark Kasman in the EPA's Office of Tribal Affairs. We both feel very proud to be granted the privilege of serving as the NAC and GAC chairs. Next slide.
The National Advisory Committee and the Governmental Advisory Committee are presidential advisory committees that were created in 1994 as part of the federal implementation of the North America Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, and have continued up until this year, 2023, via executive order. It is hoped that the president will be renominating this for an additional 2 years to operate through 2025. And the mission of our committees is to advise the U.S. government on trade and environmental issues. Next slide, please.
All right. Since the inception of the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, we have superseded that agreement, and we are now instrumental in advising the U.S. government on the creation of various important initiatives. I think some of them you already spoke about today. Some of the ones of most important is the ITEK working group. We also have the Youth Innovation, and we have the North American Partnership in Environmental Community Action, or the NPECA grants. CEC operational plan and budget we have input into, and the 5-year strategic plan we also share and provide input into that from the U.S. consideration. Next slide.
As we've shared, our committee meets twice a year, and we provide our feedback in the form of advice letters. Next slide, please. The North America Advisory Committee, or I'm sorry, the National Advisory Committee, and I believe you have copies in your materials, has had some interesting innovations over the past year. And I want to make reference to one of the questions that was related in the Q&As for the last panel. And the young gentleman talked about the effectiveness of building strong partnerships. And I call attention to that because in our January 2023 advice letter, we at the National Advisory Committee outlined hundreds of organizations that are identified as strong sub-actors who are ripe for partnership with EPA and the CEC for this important work. And we've identified the contact information for them in the opportunities that they would bring. And so that is a great opportunity because the biggest challenge in forming a partnership is understanding who you should be partnering with. And our committee took extensive efforts to actually create a whole list of bona fide groups, trusted advisors and collaborators across the US-Mexico border region, as well as in key states in areas including Washington, D.C. For consideration. Additionally, at our last meeting held in El Paso in May, we identified several best practices that could be implemented as you look to identify best practices in leading environmental justice activities. And one of the activities we mentioned was community-led strategies, whether it be addressing green infrastructure, sustainable agriculture, or in community capacity building initiatives. We explored ways that climate adaptation training and workshops that could be put to good use, as well as community-based participatory research. In building partnerships, we talked about important ways to participate in relevant networks and forums, as well as providing and advocating for funding and policy support. In leveraging technology, we made significant recommendations on the use of mobile applications, as well as citizen science. In the area of ecosystem-based climate adaptation efforts, we talked about green infrastructure and coastal zone management. I'm just highlighting a few of these. And the last one that we mentioned was access to funding. We wanted to consider strong opportunities for government grants, as well as the participation of civil society and private foundations. Lastly, I would like to call attention to an effort that we acknowledged about traditional ecological knowledge. And it's really important for all of us to maintain strong consultation with Indigenous peoples in this work. And the main point we want to bring forward to all of us is to continue respectful consultation and collaboration and partnership with Indigenous peoples as recognition of the importance of the traditional ecological knowledge in addressing climate change. Thank you for this opportunity to share with you today. Marina?
Next slide. All right. Like the NAC, the GAC's role is governmental. It's a little less glamorous than the academics and the industry and then NGOs. And I respect the NAC very, very much. But the GAC is basically focused on state, tribal, indigenous, regional, and local governmental bodies. And government has a little bit of a focus different, a little more challenging, I think, in some ways, having worked in government for 35 years. But like the GAC, we share in the role of providing policy advice. We also look at collaboration and cooperation through different governmental agencies at all different levels. Our group is spectacular, I think. We have some really dedicated government members who are very brilliant, I think, in many, many different ways. So we also look at political sector participation. We're looking at review and assessment. And we definitely offer a government perspective, which is a little bit different. So we encourage federal, I think one of the, and you have our charge letters. In response to that question from the floor about how do you engage tribal members and how do you engage best practices and strategies, we wrote a comprehensive letter both last December and most recently at the beginning of this week. Our letters were submitted to the EPA administrator, and the GAC went into a lot of detail on all of these charge questions, which I think is significant, and I think it's very useful and purposeful. Having worked in government for as long as I have, I think one of the areas that I focus on again and again is encouraging federal interagency cooperation, breaking silos down in agencies of the federal government, and we could basically be honest and say even state government and local government. We create silos where we have interagencies that share mission and goals, but they don't work together. And by not working together, they are not sharing in the kinds of information and resources that could be facilitating the growth and development of a lot of the initiatives that the CEC is charged with. And so I challenged them in this our group actually challenged them in this last letter to facilitate the breaking down of these silos, at least on a federal level. And I heard a gentleman earlier talking about breaking these silos down on an international level between Canada, the US, and Mexico. And I do believe this is the way of the future. And this is the way of solving problems in a more collaborative and cooperative way. It may not be particularly easy, but we have a responsibility to ourselves and to the future to provide as much potential in sharing of resources and sharing of available goals and missions to create a much more vigorous and much more potential for solving the systematic problems that we're facing today. All right, next slide. I want to thank you once again, Andy and Andy will too in a moment, for the great work of the JPAC and the opportunity to brief you on our committee's work. As I said again, both of us are very proud and very, very privileged to be working with a group of people that we're working with, including everybody there in Victoria with the CEC and the JPAC. Andy?
Thank you, Marina, and thank you all. Thank you for this invitation to join you today, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Areas of expertise are public and environmental health and emergency, risk and safety management. In addition, she is interested in individualized genetic and environmental factors as they influence public health and environmental health exposures and outcomes. She has written and co-authored several articles on these subjects and has been a lecturer and mentored throughout the New England states. Again, I want to thank Andy and Marina for their contributions this afternoon and giving us their report out for the NAC and the GAC. Are there any questions or comments for Marina or Andy? Thank you so much for your presence, and thank you for the work that you do for the NAC and the GAC. As you well know, Bob and I have been part of the NAC and the GAC, so we know how important this advisory committee is to EPA. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Taviana.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much again.
Okay, we're gonna now go and have Pablo Solano, who is the Director of Legal Affairs and Submissions on Enforcement Matters. He is the Unit Director, and he's going to give us an overview of the SEM process. And so I welcome Paulo, to give us that update.
Thank you, Taviana. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm grateful to the Joint Public Advisory Committee for inviting me to provide you an update on the submissions on enforcement matters process. Today, I will cover full themes. By the way, I mean, if you don't know what's the SEM process or submissions on enforcement matters process, it's a mechanism that is in the USMCA CUSMA in Chapter 24 that allows anyone, any person, organization in North America to file a submission asserting the failure to effectively enforce environmental law. This process can lead to the production of a factual record, and the USMCA CUSMA Chapter 24 provides for steps for follow-up to factual records. So next, please, I will talk about four main themes. The number of active submissions and their status. I'll give you an update of what's going on with the long-term impact assessment on the SEM process. I'll also touch upon the issues concerning timeliness and the effective implementation of the SEM process under CUSMA USMCA. And finally, I'll talk a little bit about the an emerging issue, which is the protection of environmental defenders. So since 1994, we have received a total of 111 submissions. 62 of them correspond to Mexico, 34 Canada, and 14 the US. And there are 2 submissions that you see there concerning both Canada and the United States. Now, while Mexico has a relatively higher number of submissions, we need to consider that the number of submissions that made it to factual record to get a clear perspective. So the chart below, the little donut there, illustrates these percentages. I mean, the submissions that made it to factual record. So despite Mexico having more submissions, overall the proportion of submissions from Canada and Mexico that made it to factual record is relatively similar. I believe it's 24%. So looking at this in the long term, it is very similar when you look at the submissions going to factual record. Currently, we have 12 active submissions, 3 of them that come from the pre-existing agreement. Remember, we renewed the agreement in 2020. The remaining 9 are being processed under the new treaty, the CUSMA USMCA. In 5 submissions, we are still awaiting instructions from the council. So in the case of Metro Bus Reform and City Park, we have decisions pending from council in order to approve the publication of the factual record. In the case of Metro Bus Reforma, we submitted the final factual record on January 10th to the council for their approval on publication. We're still waiting for that. City Park project final factual record was also submitted on February 17th, and we're still waiting for the approval. You see in parentheses, you see April and May 2023. That's when the target deadline expired for council, but still waiting for their decision. I can say we're close to obtain a decision, but still working with them with the parties to publish both factual records. Additionally, we're awaiting council members' instructions regarding hydraulic fracturing, the Vaquita Porpoise, North Atlantic right whale, and the Tren Maya project. Recently, the Secretariat initiated the loggerhead turtle factual record following instructions from the CC Council members. The rest of the submissions that you see in this table are in the initial stages of the process. I'm not going to go and elaborate on this, we're currently assessing and obtaining more information response from the parties, and we will report them once they get to a further stage. Now, with respect to the ELI report, we call it the ELI report. So it was prepared by the Environmental Law Institute. I reported last year this JPAC during JPAC session in Merida. That report has been ready since March 2022. However, all the parties have not yet reached an agreement on publicly releasing the report. So I cannot release it today unless I have a party's approval. But I would like to present some interesting, and this is publicly available data, the next slides. I want to stress that all of the data that we're presenting was prepared by the Secretariat, is publicly available, and doesn't stem from the ELI report that is not public yet. So if in this chart, we analyze the history of submissions per country in groups of 5 years, that means in quinquennial groups, we can make a number of observations here. First of all, United States in the yellow line, they have a consistently low but stable number of submissions. Actually, we have one active submission that where we recommended a factual record, the North Atlantic Driveway. Canada has experienced an increase and decrease of submissions. Between 2009 and 2013, actually, Canada exceeded the number of submissions for any country. Then, subsequently, there's been an increase of submissions from Mexico. So at present, 11 out of the 12 submissions are from Mexico, correspond to Mexico. Next. So if we look at the number of active submissions over time, and this is a kind of an interesting chart, we're comparing the number of active submissions in the last 10 years. We can see that in 2023, we are the highest point. We have a number of 12 submissions. So it's a high point in the last 10 years. There's a low point occurring in 2019. However, this chart doesn't tell you something that in 2000, we reached 19 active submissions. So it's a historical high in 10 years, not in the history of the submissions process. Now, I would like to just, and I think this is important. This also concerns the work of the Joint Public Advisory Committee. And this is the time required to obtain a decision from the Council on pending submissions. In this chart, you can see the number of days. We calculated the number of days required by the Council over the years from Cozumel all the way to Loggerhead total. And we can see that at some point, Council was taking a long time, over 5 years, to reach a decision on whether or not to go ahead with a factual record. So after the revisions to the guidelines of the SEM process, these dramatically, this dropped, and it was significantly reduced. However, Council decision have been peaking in over 2 years. Actually, I'm not including here in this chart hydraulic fracturing, which is also pending, so it's not there. But if hydraulic fracturing were voted today, that will go over 1,000 days to reach a Council decision. That is 2.7 years, which is, I think it's important to know this. Now, very critical issue that has emerged in the past year is the violence faced by environmental defenders that are engaged in the CEC work. I gotta say, this is not new. Several submitters have requested some form of confidentiality when filing the submission because they fear repercussions of have had some form of threat or violence. Out of the 12 active submissions, in 7 of them, we have seen some form of confidentiality being requested. Actually, 28 submitters recorded some form of confidentiality. So this 28 is the number of submitters. 4 of them reported some form of harassment. In one case, an individual who was preparing to file a submission reported severe life-threatening physical violence. In response to this, the Secretariat contacted the alternate representative of Mexico, who offered to involve agencies in Mexico implementing the protection system for environmental defenders. I'm pleased to report that this individual has received protection by the government of Mexico. However, and this is something that I recently learned, I'm sad to inform that an environmental defender was, received an attack as recently as June 19. This person was actively working on water quality in central Mexico. This person had previous work with the Joint Public Advisory Committee. Actually, some of you actually met this defender. This person was killed. He was assassinated. The attacks on the environmental defenders is a direct violation of human rights, and it's an assault on public participation and a threat against freedom of speech in North America. In light of these incidents, the Secretariat is developing a protocol on how to bring attention and trigger protection for environmental defenders, especially those engaged with the CEC. We are also working on protocols on how to protect the CEC staff, who's also working in close collaboration with environmental defenders. The Secretary will share this protocol with the parties. We're looking to get their guidance on how to address these situations in the context of the submissions mandate under the USMCA CUSMA. Consistent with our mandate to promote public participation, we feel compelled to protect the rights of defenders to express their publicly express their opinions, especially when addressing a failure to effectively enforce environmental law. In conclusion, I want to say the SEM process has been we have seen a significant number of submissions over the years. Canada and Mexico demonstrating a shared proportion of submissions reaching factual record. We have 12 active submissions. Efforts are underway to address delays obtaining council member instructions, but we have to keep working with council to improve these timelines. Moreover, the protection of environmental defenders remains a critical concern to the CEC. The Secretariat is taking steps to establish a protocol to appropriately address this when these persons engage with the Commission. I look forward to continue collaboration with JPAC and progress in these areas as we work together to address the environmental challenges in North America. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pablo. The SEM process is very, very important, and the protection of environmental defenders is essential for the work that the CEC carries out. I would like to thank the JPAC members, our invited speakers, and the public, both in person as well as online, for participating in our meeting. Your feedback is very important and will assist us in providing our recommendations to the Council. I would like to thank the CEC Secretariat, the interpreters, and the AB staff for all their hard work and dedication, as well as everyone who joined us virtually, for staying on despite the different time zones. We very much look forward to welcome you again at 9 a.m. Pacific time for the CEC panel on nature-based solutions, environmental justice, and climate adaptation in urban environments. And at 2 o'clock Pacific time for the Council public session, which will center on Indigenous and urban adaptations to climate adaptation. Urban approaches to climate adaptation tomorrow morning. As part of our efforts to improve our event, we would very much appreciate it if you could fill out a short survey by clicking on the QR code that is on the screen. And also, it's also being displayed in different sections of the room and outside. For those of you who joined in person, we encourage you to visit right now the CEC exhibition and networking space just located outside in the Palm Court area. And also to join us at 6:30 tonight, this evening, in the Wawaditla Mungo Martin House, located right next to the hotel, for a traditional ceremony. And it will be followed by a welcoming reception and official opening of the 30th regular session of the council that will take place right next door at the Royal British Columbia Museum. So thank you again. Muchas gracias. Merci. And enjoy your break. Hasta luego. Hasta mañana. Gracias.